What's up? What's up, everybody? Welcome to the pub. The unorganized pub, as usual. That's how I run it. Oh, jeez. My bad. Always a little bit of a S show getting started. Hello. Alright, let's get this thing started. 6 people. Alright, we went from 2 to 6. You're welcome. That's life. What up, man? Good to see you again. Been a little while. Welcome, my friend. Let's start off with a little guitar, just for fun. A little bit of clean electric. Hi, Last Dance. Aphid's here. Right on, homie. What's up, dude? Welcome. May at the beginning. Let's turn the microphone. Amp is off. I just did that. Yeah, I know, cup of tea. That would be a nightmare. I've spent tens of thousands of hours working on that shit. Not working on it, but just playing, you know? And always take the... Well, my lawnmower is battery operated, as crazy as that sounds, so take the battery out before I work on it. But it's the wave of the future, man. You never have to worry about gas and oil with battery. And it mows my whole lawn on one charge. It still has power left. Little bit of a trick too, if you buy one of these, it's Ego brand. The battery's about, they yay big. I bought my mower 8 years ago. The battery died from the mower. A new battery is $200. A new leaf blower that comes with the same battery for the lawnmower is $250. So you buy the blower with the new battery, boom, it covers both sides, and you get a free leaf blower, practically a $50 leaf blower out of it. So, gotta search it out to get yourself a better deal on that. Yeah, $200 is steep for a battery, I know, but 8 years, never bought gas, never had to worry about winterizing the thing, never had to run it, never had to pull the fucking pull start, none of that shit, man. So I'm a big fan of it. If your lawn is small enough that you can do it with 1 or 2 batteries worth, you know. Or you could be like my boy Aphid and ride around like a king in your little ride-on, which is cool too, man. Last Dance, I'll highlight that comment for you, since I guess you probably wouldn't highlight yourself, although you probably would, I know you. Yeah, like gone are the days. Electric, yeah, I have a plug-in blower and a battery blower, so electric would, I guess you mean with an extension cord, and it works great. Yeah, my weed eater, I have a gas. Honestly, that's the one thing I got. It was at Lowe's. It was like in the winter. It was super cheap, and I only use ethanol-free gas in it, so the gas lasts like years before you have to worry about it changing into varnish. So it's good stuff. Oh yeah, battery. Yeah, cord is tough. I have one with a cord. It's not bad. But yeah, you know, you have 100 feet of extension cord hanging around the yard, just dangling behind you. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass. I hear you. Rolled this joint last night. It's a bit on the tight side. Fun night last night. Working on a little bit of a song with Smokesteve. Her and I performing a duet, which we put our first rough version we recorded last night. And when I say rough, I mean rough. But it's fun just to play, and I obviously play, she can sing, so we sing duet, and I play the guitar, and it's a good song. It's a James Taylor song, probably his most popular. Fire and Rain, which is about his friend who offed herself, as well as I believe it's about heroin addiction. So not the most cheery song in the world, but great song nonetheless. And if we can manage to record a decent version of it, I will be sure to debut it here on the pub. Or at least feature it. Not sure what you mean, LD. I'm sure you're, I'm just missing it, which is pretty normal for me. Nice joint though, getting the job done. Good start. We had shit weather today, pure rain all day, so yesterday was nice. I got, the last second, oh, no kidding, that's what they say. Wow, I didn't know that. I got some fishing in yesterday evening. It was nice. Caught a nice striper in the waves. Had a big giant seal swimming around, and also a baby seal, which I'm not going to deny. The baby seal was cute. Still hate it, but it was cute. Of course, after the seal showed up, no more fish. So, I don't know. Probably makes sense. Why would the fish stick around when their predator is there to eat them? Hoping to get out a couple days tomorrow, which is Father's Day, and give you all a early Happy Father's Day for tomorrow. Should be a great day for all of you, I hope. I hope to fish and spend some time with the family, of course. Fish twice, morning and evening. And I do believe this is celebrated in Great Britain the same day, Father's Day, I believe. And hopefully we got some Brits tonight to jump in on the pub here. Last week we didn't have any. I do see That's Life was here for a bit. Scottish man. Good to see you, Tibblenocky. I always wonder if we were the first ones to call him Tibblenocky. Because I think we may have been. Cup of tea, of course, is here. Thanks, Last Dance. Yeah, the Brits are like avoiding. They all avoided last week. That's right. We had Random Goon last night. That was a good jam session he had. No, drama is good, Topple, and welcome to you, my fellow father, and happy Father's Day. Yeah, Father's Day is racist. I know what you mean, and I will withhold my comments. Well, but it is good to see you, Top. I hear they're going to have Route 95, which, I mean, affects pretty much everybody on the East Coast. There was a section that went down in the Pennsylvania area. I'm not exactly sure where, but they say 2 weeks that sucker's going to be back together and going. Had a tornado, I guess, yesterday in Texas, remote town in Texas. Looked pretty rough. Poor folks. Gotta suck. We've had almost none here ever in the great state of Massachusetts. We've had one, which was called the Father's Day tornado, which I think was about 25-30 years ago, something like that. And it was a F1 or FH1, whatever they call it, which means pretty mellow. Yeah, that's the one, Perrytown. EF1, that's it. What did I say, HF1? And the one in Texas was a 3, which I think means probably somewhere in the low hundreds mile-an-hour winds, I think, right? Low to mid-hundreds, somewhere in that zone. I don't know what you guys have for your weather, but like I said today, here, garbage. I don't know about that joint. It just didn't I don't know. Got me baked, per se, but didn't quite get me to the level I would like to be. Rolled it last night, like I said. She was a bit of a pinner. Looking up tornado speeds. Is that true, Topple, or are you just talking crapple? Crapple talking Topple. Ooh, that's a mouthful. I'd like to get into that. We can definitely do that. What do we have here in the private chat? Tornado scale. Good man. Look at you. Oh, wow, F1 is more than I thought. Oh, what's the hell's the difference? Fujita scale. Damn, F5 on the Fujita scale is 318 miles an hour? Doesn't even seem possible. Damn. Okay. Yeah, so the one we had here in Massachusetts was pretty good at 86 to 110 miles an hour. Interesting, man. Didn't I didn't realize they could get up to 318. That's insane. That would be the high end of F5, the original Fujita scale. Cool. Hey, look. Look who it is. Hi, wife. And I'm going to go ahead and throw a quick banner up there. Here we go. And welcome. Enjoy the meatballs. It's EF. Okay, cool. I guess Aphid just showed up for the beginning and then hit the road. Is he gonna set up his fancy collapsing hammock? That was funny shit, man. Good stuff. Very funny. Cheers. Made some kick-ass brownies today. Sweaty balls. Good SNL skit. Pete Sweaty. Alec Baldwin. Hated and loved by many. And I'd like to know if you made my pancake recipe, Topple, or is that going to be for Sunday breakfast? And don't forget, make it, I want a review, maybe even some pictures. Throw them on the Discord. But you definitely want to, you want a thick batter before you call in. Oh, the call-in thing. It's funny stuff, man. Cleaning up, all right. Good for you. Something I need to do around here. The mess is all out of camera view. Oh, but that's standard mess. There's some cleaning to do. Always never ends, man. Never ends. We may go over a little bit of a interesting Pew Research questionnaire. I think that most of the people that are here that are on the Discord did it, and we can pick that apart here tonight. Pop-Tarts. That's funny. Yeah. Can't go wrong with a bagel on a hungover breakfast. You make the kid a bagel, they're happy. In fact, that's what we had today, bagel. Well, she did. And 2 pieces of thick cut bacon for her. Always sacrifice. No, not the rainbow bagel though. So that was funny. I did see a rainbow bagel at the supermarket today. And yeah, I don't know what to say. Boycott time? I think it's just they make the dough, and what do? Just squirt food coloring in it and then swirl it around? I mean, it's fairly disgusting. I always hated the concept of food coloring. Chemical dyes, just there for colors. Kind of gross if you ask me, but yeah, I don't know. I guess I gotta say, outside of this month right here, I've never seen the rainbow bagel. So maybe it is June only. I'll check in July. I'll put it on my calendar. Check for rainbow bagels in July. And if they're gone, then I know they were made for the purpose of June. I gotta say, I really don't recall seeing a rainbow bagel before. Does anybody else? Have you guys ever seen one at a bagel shop, any place? Yeah, they sell them at my supermarket, Topple. Rainbow bagels. Yeah, I know. She's crazy for the sesame bagel. And you got to get the bagel deal on Bagel Sunday at around here. 50 cents a whack at the supermarket. That's a good deal. And these troubling times, I didn't realize it. A freaking 12-pack of like soda, like Coca-Cola, Diet Coke. I don't drink that crap, but it's $10 for a 12-pack. I had no idea. $9.99. That's almost $1 a can. How crazy is that? It's trash. I mean, I really don't like soda pop, but unless it's got booze in it, then I could be convinced otherwise. They've had rainbow bagels for ages. Okay. I guess I never noticed. Ooh, egg bagel. That's a weird one. And cup, there's no denying. A good croissant, hard to find, but when you find a good one, yeah, they're fucking awesome, dude. I mean, they are awesome. Yeah, I mean, around here, finding a good croissant, you might as well be looking for Sasquatch, for Christ's sake. There's really no great French bakeries that I know of. I'm sure they exist. I don't know. The bagel is the poor man's easy breakfast. Also for the kid, boom, bagel, toast, done. Cream cheese, boom, boom. Hey, Sammy Cat, how you doing? Welcome. Boy, that glass of rum went down quite nicely. Is this going to be Smokesteve? Steve's International Pub? Possibly. But I've got backup. Last Dance. He can always take things over. I mean, I did sleep late today. 8:30. That's pretty damn good. So. Got into some good music last night. There's a great version, or a great song, by Jack White and Ricky Skaggs. They do a little bit of a live performance together on YouTube. It's really good song, really good live stuff. No kidding, I thought Onion was a go-to at every place. I thought they all had it. Onion is a good bagel. It's just, I find it to be kind of boring. There's not much flavor in there. And with an everything bagel, some places miss the most important ingredient: salt. There needs to be sea salt mixed in with the everything bagel toppings. That salt really charges it up, if you will. Excuse me. And New York, definitely, hands down, the best bagels. I don't know what it is. H&H bagels, fabulous. Honestly, I have no idea why they're so much better down there. You don't like about everything bagels. See, the salt is the thing I do like. Interesting. Holy shit, Topple. Wow, what a show, man. Couple of old timers up there on stage. Little past their time, but hell, if they're still playing, man, more power to you. Probably an early show, early bird special. What do they call that? The Scrod Squad? You head in for the old early bird and get out by 7? No, but I'm just busting chops. That's a cool show. BLT salt bagel. Interesting. Welcome, John Grammaticus. How you doing? Good evening to you, my man. Always good to see that nice J in that soft blue color, Johnny. Good to see you. Welcome. And good evening to you, my friend. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Sammy. I guess that was something they might have had in Stowe, obviously. She means, I believe, Vermont. Yeah. I definitely, myself, I don't eat bagels really anymore, but I get them for the, for the kid. I get plenty of carbs otherwise, you know what I mean? And often she'll only have the bagel top, so like I'll just barely cut a thin sliver off the bottom and give her the whole top. Then, nice fat, all the toppings. I may eat the heel on occasion, just because I hate wasting food, Yes, I know. And where? They have to. Well, I don't know. I can't say they have to use auto-tune. I don't think Billy Joel does. Stevie Nicks, I don't know. She never really sang in key, but she is a great singer. I'd see Paul McCartney for old rockers. I bet you he puts on a hell of a show. And one thing I'll tell you, Paul surrounds himself with fabulous musicians. And I mean, I would see Paul if it wasn't like $2,000 for the nosebleed seats, But to see him play Hey Jude, that would be awesome. But you're right. I would see the Stones. The Stones would be cool. There's not too many old-timey bands. Not old-timey, old bands. Oh no, we had a Brit. I think Cup of Tea said croissant, and he's right. A good buttery croissant is bomb. Beans and toast, yeah, not good. Definitely not my first choice. And they're basically like baked beans, I think. I don't even really know. You really do? Last Dance? Heinz beans, like the vegetarian, obviously not with the big chunk of pork fat, but it's basically baked beans, right? You can enlighten me, buddy. But we do need more Brits. What's going on here? Like, did I get shadow banned amongst my Brits? Heinz beans, no kidding, dude. Yeah, I've seen those. They're sweet beans and toast. I mean, I could see why you like it. It's a vegetarian breakfast. It's got your protein. It's got your carbs. Not a lot of fat, which you do need, but I'm assuming you work that into your diet somehow. Avocado oil, olive oil, whatever. And protein. Yeah, I've never been a fan of beans for... Lee's here. All right, dude. We got a Brit. Lee. Going by Lee tonight too, Lee. Dropping the old name and going to Lee. The name you use on the Discord. Where is Biscuit? I don't know. Sweetie. Yeah, scrambled eggs and toast, definitely better than beans on toast, for sure. Agreed, Cup. Can't beat a nice wet scrambled egg. I like mine nice and wet. Real wet. The wetter the egg. This isn't code for anything, I really do. It's not code. I do like my eggs wet, and people think it's gross. There's Lee. There is a Brit. Yes. Worcestershire sauce and cheese on toast with strong English cheddar. I mean, I could see how that would be tasty, but why not just put two pieces of bread and the cheese in the middle, make a grilled cheese out of it, and then maybe a little Worcestershire on the side. And yeah, Lee, happy Father's Day, my man. And I think last year you were here for Father's Day, Lee. And you had yourself a real nice time from what I remember. And hopefully, thanks. Hopefully you get a little more of that action this year, my man. Egg on toast. Egg on toast. Yeah. The first thing I thought of when I read that comment wasn't one of the guys' names from Ghostbusters Egon? Is that even a real name? Did that exist anywhere else besides the movie Ghostbusters? I don't think so. What are you here for? Okay. Yeah, you love your strong cheddar and English cheddar. We never get English. We always get Vermont. Yeah, I hear you, John. Cheese on toast. You knew an Egon growing up, so it is a name that exists outside of Ghostbusters. Egon, was that Harold Ramis? Was that his name in real life? I believe, right? Wasn't he the director of Stripes, featuring him and Bill Murray, as well as other great movies? Harold Ramis. Good, I think that was his character. Is that what it's called? Well, we have some Brits here. They can certainly talk to that. And yeah, I've only known that by its name, Welsh rarebit. I've never really known what that was, but I've known that as such an unusual sounding word, rarebit, that I always thought of rabbit, even though I don't think there's ever been any rabbit in it. It's just it's a strange word. It was. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Spangler. Nice. I do remember that name. God, I loved that movie as a kid. Such a good one. He slimed... Did he say he slimed me or it slimed me? When Bill Murray gets slimed. That was so... I mean, as a kid, like, he gets covered in slime. You're like, this is the greatest movie ever. I love it. It was so weird. Gozar, was it Gozar or something like that? The Key Master? I can't... good stuff. Yeah, I know. I thought Harold Ramis had died. Sad. Fairly young. I don't know what those guys were into back in the day. Ooh, made with fancy mustard, huh? That sounds pretty good. All right, a little more jamming, and we'll get this thing fired up, y'all. We'll do a little dark sound here. Those tones where I like them. All right. That's nice. Just play that forever. That guitar, man. It's got a nice little jazzy feel to it. Just love the way that thing plays. And thank you to the man who bought it for me. He's one of the greatest people in my life. All right, what do we got here? Marmite isn't that bad. Wait a second. Who's saying mayo on grilled cheese? All right, yeah, okay. I don't know who would ever put mayonnaise on that. That is nasty. Nasty. It tastes like yeast mixed with dirt. And that's pretty much what Marmite is. Yeast and dirt, I think. Don't quote me on that, but it's rough. I mean, which is worse or which is better, Marmite or Vegemite? We don't have any Australians to access, or anybody who's had both of them, I guess. I've had neither. The Australians do have that chocolatey spread, though, which somehow they say it's healthy. Chocolate hazelnut spread, whatever it's called. Like, I don't know how you could consider that's like, it seems like a bowl of Cookie Crisp or something, you know, like how can you rationalize that to be healthy? But oh, cool. All right, beer hops, I'm in. Great idea. Beer hops, beer, hops, and stuff. I get you. Okay, cool. All right, let's open this bad boy up. Remember like a month ago, Last Dance, after I've been doing this for like 3 years, and I was like, Last Dance, why aren't you on the screen? What's happening? Fucking idiot, dude. Like, what's going on? I don't understand. Where are my headphones? What the fuck is going on here? There they are. Why aren't you on the screen? I don't get this. Nutella. Okay, I thought it was. Bovril. The spelling alone, the pronunciation. Bovril. Bovril. No idea. There he is. What's up, man?
Oh, I was just drinking some Bovril.
Were you?
Yeah, in between bites of Marmite on toast.
Nice. But do you know what Bovril is?
I have no idea.
Never heard of it.
The way Lee says it, it's probably something disgusting.
horrendous, most definitely.
Right.
Hey, have you, being that you're such a Beatles fan, I brought up McCartney earlier, but have you ever seen a Beatle or anything?
Nope.
McCartney, Ringo, nothing. Harrison.
Never seen a Beagle. No.
So you got to admit, for an old guy show, like an old performer, I think that might be top one. Personally, McCartney.
Yeah, McCartney, he's been doing it forever, and I think he does it because he likes it. He doesn't need the money anymore. But I think he likes performing. So,
and he still does a fantastic version of "Hey Jude," from what I've heard.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
that
sure it
alone
is.
would be worth it for me.
It would be worth it.
And if he does "Let It Be" and a great guitar solo and all that stuff, it's like, yeah, hell yeah, man. I mean, Wings is some of the Wings stuff pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think of McCartney's career after the Beatles as music that he wanted to do to please himself.
Right.
And so if you don't like it, tough shit. I think that's his attitude. I liked making it, was what he would say, I suspect.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it certainly wasn't, definitely not groundbreaking like the Beatles.
No.
But pretty good.
It's true for so many artists. They do, and everything else. They do their best work in their 20s. And it was true for me. As, in my little discipline. And it's true for just about everybody. Not everybody, but almost everybody.
You mean your professional discipline, what you did in life as a...
Yes, my professional discipline.
I got you. Okay. Yeah, see, I find that I excelled a little more as I got older because I learned more. And that experience gave me the ability to rather than follow men, to lead people, to be, in charge and to take charge, which I don't think you can do when you're totally green. Although the passion you have when you're green is probably, a little bit higher, I guess, than when you get a little more salty and a little older.
Yeah, in my profession, it did help as I got older to learn more, and that was a plus. But I also needed to make creative leaps to solve hard problems that were thought to be unsolvable, of course. And those leaps, they became fewer and farther between as I got out of my 20s and into my 30s and 40s.
No kidding. And you attribute that to that youthful style of thinking, that kind of thinking off the cuff, coming up with things?
Yeah, I think I don't know what it is, but it's a mental sharpness and quickness that you just can't find it in a bottle and get back there to where you were in 28 years old. At least that's for me.
I hear. Yeah, interesting. Different lives for different people. I definitely got more into myself as I got a little older and gained a lot of experience doing a lot of different things, which then created sort of this person that I am now, who kind of knows like so much about the whole industry of buildings, construction, maintenance, and all of the above. Like, there's just so much there that when I talk to the young guys who have no idea, it's impossible for them to know. Even if you worked with your dad from the age of 5, you're never going to gain the knowledge about stuff that I've gained, or the guy who trained me gained. When you're young, it just takes time,
Yeah. But I mean, you look at rock and roll. What ages did all these breakthroughs happen? Those rockers were all young.
Yeah, there's a creative aspect to that. Yeah, for sure.
And when they got to be 30, they were basically, except for maybe the Rolling Stones, who still somehow could make new music, great new music for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But when they got to be 30, for the most part, people wanted to hear their old stuff. I mean, Paul McCartney refused to be so pigeonholed. He created new music all the time, and some of it was a lot of fun.
Hmm.
But I would say it was not as impactful or innovative as anything the Beatles did during their time, or any other of those 60s and late 60s rock groups that kind of created that sound of that era.
Yeah, totally. From my wife here, a question. Topple likes the Backstreet Boys over the Beatles. That's funny. Do you remember the band Klaatu? I've never heard of them.
No.
No. Never. Sorry, babe. Yeah, and it goes true with a lot of bands. Like, Guns N' Roses, for example. They're still touring right now, but when they start Welcome to the Jungle or Sweet Child of Mine, the crowd goes the most crazy because that's when they were young rockers on the Sunset Strip, sorry to say it, but booting up heroin and chugging whiskey and practically killing themselves. And
Yeah.
that passion, that life, that near death that they experienced really did create good music, I think for them, Motley Crue's the same way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It certainly differs from band to band. I mean, Stone Temple Pilots, Scott Weiland didn't make it through, but
Yeah.
and
Ozzy
also,
Osbourne,
he's a rare one.
but he burned the candle at both ends. He
Oh yeah,
he kind of left it all on the playing field there.
yeah. I mean, he made from Black Sabbath all the way to No More Tears. That's like 40 years of albums, and there are so many good ones. And No More Tears is a great album, and that was a 90s album, like.
Yeah.
And I think he's had some pretty good stuff since then. Honestly, I've heard some of Ozzy's new stuff that he just released. I know he does a song with Mike McCready on the new album from Pearl Jam, and I think the new Ozzy stuff is garbage, absolute trash. There's no heart to it. There's no emotion. It's totally produced crap with Ozzy singing, Yeah, they say Lennon did have a heroin problem that they don't talk about.
You could see it on the Let It Be sessions.
Amazing, huh? He was doing it that early on.
Oh yeah.
Jesus. It was illegal at the same level as today? Bring him on.
Aphid Lip.
Speaking of bringing them on,
What's up,
what's
buddy?
going on? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah,
can hear you.
loud and clear, loud and clear. You rocking the stash, dude. Looking good. Is that a Costa hat?
No, it's some kind of coffee.
Cool.
Well, let's zoom in on it so we could see it.
Can we
I don't
make
even
you
know.
full screen? Was it a freebie? It's a nice looking hat.
Yeah, it was a freebie.
Yeah, that's a quality hat.
Still can't see it.
Mahalo.
Mahalo
Hawaiian
Hawaiian.
coffee.
That's
Yeah.
what it is. Yep.
or Mahalo. I don't know.
Mahalo. You said it right. You got it. I think that's
I've got a.
Hawaiian greeting or whatever, right? Like, don't they say mahalo?
Yeah.
Call me later.
Buddy of mine makes these for them, so I got an extra one.
I don't know if have you ever paid full price for anything in your life?
That's a good question. I mean, I guess some groceries I have to. That's about it.
You probably can't just probably hate it every second you're paying for it.
It's hard to leave my hands. The shekels.
The shekels, yep.
Yeah, I mean, we needed some pasta sauce, and the lady went out and was like, "Yep, so it was $2.19 a jar." She got like 10 of them because normally it's like $4 or $5 a jar for that shit. So you gotta load up when you can, when stuff goes
Right.
on sale. I mean, that's how we look at it, at least. If you have the room to store it. Although earlier
That's the problem.
And then like earlier, she's like tossing stuff out of the pantry. She's like 2022, 2021. I'm like, shit, that's been expired for 2 years. Like, you can't go overkill on stuff, you know? Like, although I don't know why we had so much quinoa and random like ancient grains.
What's the oldest? What's the oldest label you've ever come across in terms of how long it's been outdated?
Probably 10 years or more.
I've gotten some stuff that's 10 years or more. That's like,
Like molasses, it's something you don't
Yeah.
use all the time.
And that's probably still good.
Right. Yeah. I think so. Vinegar, sometimes certain types of vinegar, they sit in there forever.
I don't think. I think vinegar is already something that went bad.
it's
Right. Because you leave a piss around too long, it starts smelling like it. So must be something to that.
I mean, red wine vinegar is essentially spoiled red wine, as far as I know. I mean,
I don't
isn't
know how
it?
they make the vinegar. It's basically acetic acid
Hmm.
with the flavor of whatever it is that made it to vinegarhood. Yeah, I guess wine eventually turns to vinegar as it goes bad.
Hmm. Yeah, we had like a year was as bad as like peanut butter powder. When I got it, I was like, I'm gonna put this in everything. This is awesome. And now, like a year or two later, I'm like, oh yeah, I never used that.
Oh man,
Yeah.
Well, sometimes, especially like Asian dishes or something, you got to buy, stuff that you don't use all the time to make the sauce or something. And then
Yeah.
years later, you come across it and you're like, oh my God, that's got to be like so old. Or some random type of salad dressing that somebody brought over and has been sitting in your door.
Right, like French, French dressing.
We go through a lot of French.
You a big
Not
French
my-
dressing? French dressing.
Not my favorite. I don't hate it, but it's not my favorite. But
Yeah.
the other two people in the house love it.
It's such a funny color, and I'm not gonna lie. If I got a salad and all there was French, I'd go for it. I don't care. I'll do it. You know, that Catalina dressing is fine. You know, it's
Yeah, well, Western is real similar to that, and that's real good. I do
Western.
like Western.
Never heard of it.
It looks a lot like those, and it tastes a lot like them too. And it just says Western. It's like they don't have like a ton of. There's no other brands or no other flavors or nothing. It's just Western. That's what it says on the. Maybe it's a Midwestern thing. I don't know.
Never heard of it, dude. I mean, do you guys have Thousand Island there? You do, right?
Oh yeah.
That's just relish, ketchup, and mayonnaise, I think. Mixed
Basically,
together.
yep.
Yeah. Which is essentially special sauce from a Big Mac. 8-year-old relish, yeah, that's not good. Are we gonna have? It looks like we're having a British boycott again tonight.
Get on here, Lee.
Come on, Lee, break the boycott.
Our cup of tea for your first your premiere viewing.
Cup was on once before with me, solo.
Oh.
After everyone left, he jumped on and we hung out. I was smashed. So
Oh really?
Awesome.
So is
years
it-
ago,
Well,
was on-
which one
probably
was it?
on-
I'll go look at it.
it was on Hayden's channel.
Oh,
I don't do-
way back.
Yeah, I'm talking literally years ago. He's kind of cool, kind of nice.
I mean, that's subjective. I think. I mean, you're not
Well, at
projecting
the
that
time,
opinion, are you?
At the time, he was. I don't know. I said that about everybody. Try to be even, Steve.
Satan.
Yeah, nice guy. A little bit on the warm side, but he's all right.
I should do that too. Because spices are one of those things that you really want fresh.
Mhm.
And
Well, they just lose all flavor, so you
right.
just put.
So I really should just go through them and write down every one that I have and that I'm sure is not fresh and throw it out and go to the store with a list and replace it.
Mhm.
We had a spice rack from our wedding, which was over 25 years ago.
Right?
That I think there's maybe a couple that are still sitting
but
around on a shelf somewhere from that spice
it's
rack.
ridiculous. I'm cheap like you because can't help it. It's in the blood. And I bought this jar of peppercorns
Oy vey.
like 8 years ago, and I just
Yeah.
refuse to throw it away. I'm still grinding it. It doesn't
Well,
have any
I feel
flavor
like
at all now.
Oh, it doesn't? Like, it
No.
really doesn't?
It doesn't have any flavor.
You're just waiting for that day, Aether, that you need that marjoram.
Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, I don't think I've ever used that,
I don't even know what
There's
it
only a
is.
handful of seasonings that I do use.
Right. I mean, now I've realized some of the spices that you would use in like an apple pie, cinnamon, nutmeg, shit like that, you can definitely put on French toast. And it makes it a little spicy, nice type of an addition. Like, you can definitely use those in other places, but honestly, yeah, there's no reason to have all that crap in the cabinet.
No.
For sure.
No.
Maybe Topple wants to jump on. Jump on in, buddy. Yeah, she did.
Hey, everybody should like and subscribe. That's what they should do. I think that promotes like your page on the live, like when somebody types in live or looks for live stuff. If there's more likes, you got a better chance of people
How many
seeing it.
likes do we have?
5. You just got 5.
Woo!
It says
Rolling.
6 now. Hit that like button, people.
I'll go ahead on over to YouTube and like myself.
Yeah, there you go.
Log in with all your alt accounts and
Yeah.
like.
I don't have any alt accounts.
Well,
I got 2.
I'm sure I don't have any that I'm willing to admit to.
No kidding, huh? You both do. Okay.
Well, I mean, I have an Aphid Lip account that I started when I started re-uploading some of my live leak videos, and I was going to do that. Well, Hayden wanted me to do that radio show thing, which was a complete joke. And it was that radio channel he had. He's like, "Come on, mate, you can do a live show like you used to do." I'm like, first off, it's not a record. It has to be a recording.
It's like a podcast kind of thing.
Yeah, I did 2 of them. I did one with Graham, and I did one with a guy. Well, we'll just call him George because that's what he wanted to be called on there. He came on here once or twice, maybe when I did the show by myself, but he's from that Skype group. Real cool guy. But I just went to. It was like right at the beginning of COVID, and it was mostly COVID and Trump talk for 2 hours.
Interesting. Okay.
But anyway, it was
Trump
a radio.
haters.
Yeah, it was well, I had Graham. I talked to Graham for 2 hours, and I talked to George for 2 hours, and I split them in hour-long radio shows that he put on that radio channel that he had going for a while. Do you guys even know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Actually,
I got no idea.
Natalie had a show on it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that other dude had one on there too. I can't remember his name. He had like kind of weird stuff he put on there.
Yeah.
But anyway, and then I was like, this is pointless. Like I'd give it to him and he'd have it. It was supposed to air at a certain time, and there was like commercials I think that I made for it too that would play on the radio show. And then it came to that point, and I'm sitting there, and I rearranged my whole day so I could hear it go live, and it totally didn't go live, and it never was on the time that he said it was gonna play, and it was just a mess.
Yeah, well, I think he was trying to get things going here and there on the internet.
Yeah, he didn't know what was gonna stick.
Exactly.
He always had 10 different balls in the air he was juggling at the same time.
Right.
And it turns out the one that none of us were ever really interested in, Item Fix, actually took off, and it's fairly popular.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what funds everything he does.
It's essentially last live leak, but without the gore.
Yeah, minor gore, broken arms, broken legs.
Right. Otherwise, it's the same fucking thing.
Yeah, I
But
haven't really been there but once or twice.
The editing aspect is fun.
Yeah, but you could have added that to live leak. I mean, LiveLeak still has a brand name that's legendary.
Yeah,
You're
you still
right.
see Live Leak videos pop up. You still
Right.
hear Live Leak. People remember Live Leak.
And whenever a LiveLeak video, there's one on someone puts something up on Twitter, someone says, "Oh man, I miss LiveLeak."
Yeah.
Right.
And that's not just me.
Yeah, I mean, some people are. There's, like, for example, the video from, was it Sharm el Sheikh, the guy who got eaten by the shark recently in
Uh-huh.
Egypt? You know, there's people on there saying this should not be on the internet. And I don't want to be that guy, but you feel like saying, do you fucking remember the internet from the old days? Like when it was Live Leak, Ogrish, Best Gore. Best Gore still exists, but I think it's bestgore.fun, which is hilarious because it's
Yeah,
still as
I
gory.
couldn't find it recently.
I
I didn't type in .fun, but I was curious if there was anything like that going. And if you search to look for something, it don't come up. You know, you must have to have the website and type
Yeah.
it in.
Oh,
Well,
have you used DuckDuckGo? That's my search engine. Let's
Mm-mm.
see.
how
Best
about
Gore.
yes, yes.
Comes up Gore, xgore.net, thisgore.com,
Oh, maybe there's.
goredb.com.
There's
Then
a
there's
lot.
there's a Reddit post that says Best Gore is back, and it says bestgore.fun.
Oh,
And also there's chaotic, spelt Kaotic,
Yeah.
which
I looked for
is
that one too and couldn't find it.
And then
that's definitely there.
there's another link from 2022. It says 12 best sites like Best Gore for shocking videos.
Yeah, I mean, I skim through the chaotic every few days. There- You know, I like seeing, the thieves getting beat up and punched and kicked around in, third world countries when someone tries to grab a cell phone and, like, the villagers, like, converge and hit them with sticks and stuff. But don't kill them. Just give them a good working over, then they run away. I'm okay.
I go there every once in a while, but I much prefer stuff on YouTube like police activity. Their videos that there's just more. There's more of it. It's more. It's got more suspense to it.
Yeah, Police Activity is a great channel. They've got
Yeah.
a lot of viewers, of subs. I think what 4 million is it?
I don't know what they're, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, and they beat Donut. Hey, Aphid, how come you don't like Donut?
I don't want somebody feeding me that stuff. I'd rather just have a. I'd just rather have the. I don't want commentary. I never like the commentary.
Well, I never.
Well, as a guy, you don't. I mean, he like owns a skate shop. He's cool. He's a skater and shit. He's
I
kind of
like him. I like him because he's funny. That's why I like him.
I mean, I think he's cool because he was a cop. He's a skater. He like helps kids. Like he thinks like kids skating is better than like pick up a skateboard instead of pick up a gun sort of thing. Like put your time into something like this. I think he puts out a cool message like that. But I hear you. His smarmy, snarky commentary kind of gets annoying to you. Is that
No,
what it is?
I couldn't even tell you what because I've only seen stuff that somebody shared, like maybe you shared or Last Dance or somebody else, and
Yeah, yeah.
I've never watched one of those videos and felt like I wanted to subscribe to it. And then
Okay.
his somebody posted his girlfriend or something does a similar thing, and
Yeah.
I felt this.
Smokesteve.
Yeah, I felt it was like I don't even think I watched the whole thing.
Yeah, a lot
Yeah, I
of people
wasn't.
think she's annoying.
Yeah, I wasn't too thrilled with her either. Thanks, Smokesteve.
I like her because she's like fun loving and silly and if I don't like the video that she posts one week, I know within 15 seconds. If I do, then I'll watch it. It's I sub to so many friggin' channels that it's like I want to have when I go to check it out on my daily like YouTube run when I pull up my subs and see all the new videos. I want to have a shitload to choose through, and then obviously I don't have to watch them if they don't interest me. But I'd rather have access or visibly be able to see all their videos that they release and then decide if I want to watch them. That's why I sub so many channels, you know?
Yeah.
Because essentially when you open your subs thing on YouTube, then it's sort of like back in the day. You would open the day of live leak videos and you would see all the videos that are available and then click on the ones that you wanted to watch. So that's how I work it, obviously, with YouTube. You know, you have.
Yeah, that's all I do. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
I'm
not
always
like
on my...
I don't love her shit. I think she's okay. She did one in Alaska with 2 other ladies. One of them was like a super survival expert. That stuff was hella interesting. They were like right there in the tundra with a grizzly bear, and that stuff was super cool. And she, you know, she was shitting bricks. The whatever her name is. What is her name?
I don't know.
Donut's girlfriend.
You're the one that you're the one that pushed her, not us. We both just admitted we don't care for her.
Yeah,
so how would we
keep
know?
Talking about her for like endlessly. That will really please
Obviously,
you.
apparently.
Let's go, Ray.
Can I address Cup of Tea? He asked me if I remember that prick Neo Thinker. What do you make of him? I know Cup of Tea was there, so he knows. But Neo Thinker. Do you remember him, Last Dance?
I remember someone named Neo, but that's not the Neo I'm thinking of.
No, you're thinking Neocon Zionist.
Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of.
You'll remember Neo Thinker. Neo Thinker was like a tall, thin, middle-aged black guy. And
I don't remember that.
he would always, usually he had something to say about Trump, and then he would say he was coming. He was coming from talking from the National Strategic. What is that? I don't know what it is, but he would always say the same thing, and he was real stoic about, you know, he always had like a suit and tie on or something. I can't believe you don't remember this guy. He was.
I don't know if I ever saw him.
Yeah, but Yursey. It was definitely a Yursey guy. But anyway, you remember the Jerry guy, the American Rebellion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they were both hot. Well, not hot. I mean, people just hated the Neo Thinker for every reason you could possibly imagine. And then, you know, some people loved American Rebellion. And I did a live show and I had both of them on. And in one of the videos, because I researched the Neo Thinker, so I watched a bunch of his videos, because he had dozens and dozens. That's why I can't remember. I can't believe you don't remember this guy. But he had dozens of videos. And on one of the videos, briefly, he says something about being Muslim. And anyway, the Jerry dude, you know, hated Muslims. Like he acted like he was Muslim, you know, did SNL skits like he was a Muslim. It was ridiculous. But I interviewed both of them, and they actually got along really well. And you know, Jerry was in the military, you know, and he was like, I'm really surprised. I agree with a lot of the stuff he's saying, you know. And this is like an hour into this interview between the three of us. Well, it's basically me posing, trying to get these two back and forth with each other.
They're not fighting. They're two agreeing.
No. And
is that when you dropped the "he's a Muslim" thing on
yes,
on
I
old
did.
Amrib?
I did. I said, now if you were in a trench, I was like, you know, Neo Thinker here is a Muslim, and he just his face just like changed completely, and I'm like, would you feel safe with him covering your life, you know? And he paused for like 10 seconds, and he was just, you could almost see the steam rising from his head. And he goes, no, I would not. I just sat back and chuckled at what I just did.
He's been on this show once or twice, I think.
Mm-hmm. He might not be with us anymore. He was looking unhealthy the last I think the last time I saw him was on here, when he came on here. Jerry is the man. Cup of tea says. Yeah.
Hey Lee, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, gentlemen?
Doing well.
Good.
Happy Father's Day, Lee.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it is actually, isn't it? It is, yeah.
For you, I guess it is.
Yeah, indeed.
Are you going to get pampered this afternoon?
I'm hoping. Yeah, too right. Yeah. Hey, by the way, everyone, God save the Queen.
God save the Queen, whatever that meant.
Yeah, I still don't. All I've heard is references to it on Twitter. I don't even know. Can we? Can you load up a clip, Last Dance? Do you know how to do that?
Vaguely. I gotta find that. That's the thing. Is it on? Did you put it on Discord?
Negative. I didn't.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I know the
Your
song.
president and mine.
Oh yeah, I put that on there.
Oh,
I put
okay.
it
I thought
in Smokesteve's pub channel. Yeah, because he
Okay,
he
I'm
talks
busted.
about.
I'm busted. I didn't watch it. Shit.
There we go.
What it was that? What's he talking about? He was that and some John Wayne bullshit or something.
Yeah,
Hey, maybe
he's,
maybe he knows something we don't. Maybe she's still alive or something. Who knows?
I watched a clip of him recently, and he said, "I've got 2 words for you that mean a lot in this country. 2 words. Made in America." Biden says that. It's fucking a quote. It's out there. There's video of it. I mean, what the hell is he thinking?
I've got something to show you as well. I was just suggesting it earlier.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bovril, he's got it.
Now watch this.
What?
Watch this. This is what it's like. It's like black tar. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh my
Oh, that looks
God,
disgusting.
dude.
That's like that stuff that they have in Australia.
Yeah, and what you do is you put that into your cup, and then you put boiling water in it, and then you drink it. And it is actually quite nice.
What's it like? Cinnamon or
No, it's just beef paste. Beef paste.
Beef?
Bovine. Bovine.
Let me know when you want me to run it.
All right, so
No.
it's like beef broth, beef
You'll need to
concentrate.
unmute it though first. There you go.
Run it.
I'd usually come down and say hi to all of you. They'd tell me there's a storm coming in. Is that right? Is that still the deal?
You want me to fast forward?
No,
It's not
That's
that
the
long.
truth. Now, don't make a lie.
let's
As
watch
that-
him slur
as
his
that
words.
scene in the John Wayne movie. Don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier. All right. Well, I tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask the White House photographer to come up, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand. I can't. I usually
Oh, this
shake
is
everybody's
like a
hand,
longer version.
but I'm going to stand in front of each section. No,
This
I really
ain't the one
mean
I
it.
shared.
And
Yes,
then-
it is. That's where I got
and
it
if
from.
you can see the camera, they can see you. And
Oh, okay,
it's the
maybe it
least
is, maybe it is.
consequential part of this whole meeting for you. I promise. All right. God save the Queen, man.
Like he's like
What the hell was that
He's like-
about, dude?
he's like, you're the man. Oh, me? Who? What?
Right. Oh, dude. I mean, real quick,
Oh.
one interesting thing I noticed. You guys know how I used to like send stuff to myself on Twitter, DM myself, because occasionally I would be stoned and send it to you two accidentally. So Twitter took that away. Like, I can't DM myself anymore, so I can't go find memes and video clips and stuff like that and load them up into my own direct messaging to myself using Twitter essentially as like the memory, but it's such easy access. Hey,
that's a shame.
Topple Wave, that's you? It is him.
Hey.
All right,
Hello.
what's up?
What's up? How's
Hey,
everyone?
man.
All right, hit
How's
some
it
of that
going?
hair. You need some hair of the dog, dude. Come on, a little bit of booze.
No, I'm good. I gotta be up early tomorrow.
On Father's Day?
Yeah, I got shit to do.
Like what? Load the grill with ribs and steaks and fucking.
No.
What?
Be a father.
Oh, okay.
I was not a father today. I was miserable all day on the couch, though.
All right. You took today as your credit for Father's Day, and that's fine.
No, they got plans for tomorrow, so I gotta be able to move around, I guess.
Hey, as a working man, do you get Juneteenth off?
No, I don't get no holidays off. I don't get paid any holidays.
So you're working Monday.
Yeah, well, That's Monday. Yeah, 19th. Of course, I
Yeah.
knew that. We all know what
They gave it off to us. They gave it to us at the last second. I got a text the other day, and they were like, "You can have Monday off." I'm like, "Whoa, holy
Hello,
cow!"
Renee.
Renee, Jean, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Renee Jean's Milchmann.
So pancakes tomorrow, Topple?
Yes, yes. Not Pop Tart.
Yeah,
I
you're
didn't
looking
get up till 11 a.m. this morning, so it was bad.
11.
We didn't get home till 3. Because that 95 sucked. I-95. We had
Dude,
to
it
work
said-
ourselves around.
AP is reporting 2 weeks. It'll be done. So
Well, it's not going to be complete, I don't believe. I think they're going to be able to access one part and then keep working. I'm not 100% sure, so.
now, did you see the whole Stevie Nicks show last night?
Oh, yeah, yes. Oh,
Did
yeah.
she do Did she do some Fleetwood Mac stuff?
She did some Fleetwood Mac stuff. She did Tom Petty.
Learning to Fly.
No, she did what the fuck is it? It's a blur, but I remember somewhat. We tailgated so early.
Did you bring the peanut butter to the tailgate?
No, even worse. I had to drink beer.
You wouldn't get as wasted off of beer, though.
My body does not take. I don't like beer. I don't like seltzer. That's my problem.
The bubbles.
Yes, not a big bubble fan.
Interesting. And the other side was Billy. Did he do like Piano Man,
Oh yeah, he did all of them. Yeah,
all the classics? Did he do Uptown Girl? That's a
yeah, he
shitty
did all.
song.
I
He
hate
did
that
it?
song.
Oh no, I hate
That
it.
one, I don't like that one, and We Didn't Start the Fire. I hate both of those songs.
We Didn't Start the Fire was cool. Like the first 3 times I heard it, because he kind of goes through like history.
Yeah, it's a
And
history.
but then after you've heard it, it sucks. It gets old very quick.
It reminds me of what it's the end of the world as we know it from REM.
There you
It's like
go.
boop, 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 boop.
Mhm.
No, it was
Yeah.
a great show. I love Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks. My aunt came with us. They love, my wife loves Stevie Nicks too. So it was a great show.
Did she
there
do
was
Landslide?
yeah, that's her encore. Then you know how they disappear off stage and then come back.
Of course. Lights off, but the house lights don't come on, so you know
Yes.
something's about to
Yeah.
happen.
And it's always their number one songs they always play. Like Billy
Oh,
Joel
man.
and Piano Man, when he's not going to do a show without Piano Man playing. So
Now that's one I can still listen to today. That's a good one. That has held up, you know.
and he kind of let the crowd decide what songs to play.
Cool.
He's there every year though. That's the thing. And the one thing he always noted is every time he's in Philly, he has to do what is it? Captain Jack, we'll get you high tonight.
I love that song.
So he picked it's either New York, wherever the New York, or Captain Jack, and of course the crowd with Captain Jack. So
Captain Jack's a great song.
yeah,
There's another one called Worse Comes to Worse, a little less known. That's a great song. But Captain Jack, I think he's a heroin dealer, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a heroin song. I mean, he's a world-class piano player, a great, you know, he's, oh shit, look who it is. We got 2 Brits.
uh-oh.
Let's get him in here.
Strike is
Hey,
over.
Welshman. Hello.
Hey, based.
Hi, mate. You got my knee at the moment, I think. You see, you got my face now?
No, nothing.
Oh, there
Just
we are.
you.
There we are.
There you
Oh,
are.
there it is.
What's
How
up?
you doing, everyone?
Good.
Let's see, why is your knee in the camera?
How's it going, man?
All right, man. What you been talking about? Literally just turned up.
We
Bullshit.
just were
We've
talking
been talking
about...
about how Welsh people are the most awful people in the world.
Holy shit. They all fucking show up at once. Look at this. Unbelievable. All right.
Hey, let them go.
Cool. Hey, Welshman, how come you're not doing any more live streams, dude? Walking.
Well, there's not. Well, I mean, I can't. You know, that riot was 5 miles down the road. This rareness riot's 5 miles. This rareness riot's 500 miles away. They're about 5 miles away.
I see. I know. Maybe some like street interview stuff. Interview with some of your people. You know, some of the.
Well, next Sunday I'm doing a live in Speaker's Corner in London.
All right.
And for the Americans, that is the only place in the UK where you can literally say anything you want to. It's about 100 yards by 100 yards, and if you say anything crazy outside that 100 yards, you will be arrested. so, yeah, Speaker's Corner, Hyde Park, next Sunday. They're going to be the degenerates there, having a go at Posey Parker, and I'm going to be having a go at Pavlov, a Ukrainian, most probably, and a few other people.
So let's what is this Posey Parker thing?
Mm-hmm.
She's an actress.
No, she's a housewife.
What am I thinking of? Parker Posey?
No, Posey.
Yeah, you are thinking of that.
Because there is an actress by the name of Parker Posey.
Ah, right. Yeah, she's a British housewife, basically, and she was when the trans people were going in the wrong toilets and stuff, you know. She's like, no. And then women's sports, she's like, yeah, you can't mix women's sports, women only spaces. And the left particularly dislike her because she's outspoken. So you got grown men in dresses attacking real women in a park, which is quite interesting.
Interesting. Yeah.
So that'll be next Sunday, so that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with that person at all, but I've seen that name recently, and yeah, Parker Posey is a actress. That's why I was confused.
Yeah, similar, and it was 180. That's all.
Exactly. What was Parker Posey in? She
was
She's
in
an
Dazed and Confused. That was the.
Yeah, she's an actress.
She was in Best in Show. She was in that.
Yep. There you go. Hey, Stuttering John Melendez in the house. All right, looks like he's got some real inflammatory stuff going here that I should stop featuring.
What did that say?
Okay.
Let's have a look at that. I missed that. My eyes are so bad.
Hey, Zarabi, is Stuttering John? He's got to be one of your people.
Just the dumb anti-Semite.
Oh, bloody hell. I was blaming it on the lose.
Jesus. Hey, Zara, how are you? And Zara's back. Welcome. Good to see you. No one's showering here. Goon, and jump on here, Goon, if you'd like to.
Oh, bloody hell. So
going.
we talked about the anything about Russia at the moment? Anyone got any news?
No, we haven't gotten on that yet.
Yeah, I've got some news about that actually, which I was absolutely gobsmacked about. I don't know if it wasn't reported in the UK at all, but did you see the Cuban? What's it known in Cuba? Is it a president or a prime minister? Is it a president?
I think it's president.
Yeah, well, he was in Russia this week, having a meeting with Putin, pledging his allegiance and that they could do loads of trade. Very anti-American that the Western world's trying to take over and influence countries. So I thought, well, that's interesting because that's not been reported. But what was even more interesting, it was the World Economic Forum in St. Petersburg this week.
I think I know what you're going to say.
17,000 people attended. And what was really weird, which blew my mind, is that there was a German delegation there, and they were interviewed saying, oh, once the war's over, we don't want our friendship being ruined with the Soviet Union, and we're happy to still do trade with them. And I was like, what? I mean, how real is this war if that's the case?
Are they thinking of the bigger picture?
Probably, yeah. But I just couldn't believe. I mean, that was not reported in the UK at all. I actually saw that as a live report on RT News because they were reporting from the Economic Forum, which was held, like I said, in St. Petersburg. So it's like,
I bet no one else reported on that, hardly, did they?
Nope, none. Yeah.
So I read something about the World Economic Forum this week. It said by 2050, 75% of the world will not have cars, and they're not saying they're being replaced by anything either. They're just taking the car off you. They're gonna call it urban transport scorecard or something like that. So once again, it'll be points. It'll be like, obviously you won't have a card if you're on your phone, but it'll be all the same shit as in China.
It's in China already, yeah.
Yep. Just
Yeah.
under a different name. They don't call it facial recognition in the UK now. I can't remember what they do call it, but it means exactly the same. Facial recognition.
There's controversy with that here because apparently they say it doesn't recognize people with darker toned skin as accurately.
Yeah, it doesn't, but that's getting sorted out. In the UK, Cardiff, my hometown, is the pilot city for facial recognition. So today in Cardiff was Pride, and I seen 2 facial recognition vans, and I didn't see them until it was too late. So basically, yeah.
Your face is in there forever.
Yeah.
You need to get plastic surgery now.
So they have the big plastic camera on top. The plastic. I don't know.
No,
I said plastic because you said plastic.
Yeah, you can tell they're special cameras. They got like 2 lenses to it, 2 separate lenses side by side, but they just look like a normal police van. But when you actually look at the police van properly, it's the facial recognition man. I know what to look for.
Did you know what, Welshman? About a year ago, I was travelling to I don't know if you know where like Morecambe is in the north,
Right.
but there's a town next to that called Heysham, and I went into a local supermarket called Asda, and they had 2 big screens on the entrance, and they put the green square over my face, and I thought, oh my God, you're doing facial recognition because I'm entering your supermarket.
Yeah.
Anyway, so when I walked out, I turned around and looked at the screen and just gave it that. I was like, fuck you. I mean, I think it's disgusting. I was going in to buy some groceries. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, seriously, that is terrible.
Yeah. I
mean, how do they justify that?
Well, the thing is that's going into a private property. Now they would have to give warning as you walked in, but it's easy to miss that warning. I mean, for example, in Cardiff today, the 2 vans just parked up, at the end of the road. You walk down there, you're on a bike, you cycle down, all of a sudden, you can't turn around. You're already in the sights. It takes like about, I don't know, 1/10 of a second to freeze frame you and do you.
Well, luckily, they also have pushed another thing which would defeat it, the masks. So, based Welshmen, you either have to wear a mask, which you despise, or get recognized, which you would also.
To be honest with you, it's the mirrored glasses they're struggling for. But the mask is a problem too. But yeah, the glasses. You see all like Transifa, they all wear like the face mask and the glasses. Those were the 2.
Go for it. Whatever it takes.
Can't everybody's too safe.
Yeah, I mean, they have cameras here in every store, I guess. You never know the resolution, so... And, like, I know from my experience with, like, building security, you can record license plates from, like, 150 feet away with, like, a $200 camera. So if you can do that with a license plate, which is this big, then you can probably do the same with a camera from far away on a ceiling.
And the thing is, Steve, they'll tell you it'll be sold to you for your safety. Facial rec is for your safety. But let me just break it down to you, right? It's not going to protect you against terrorism, right? Because if the person doesn't want to live anyway, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Right.
Yeah.
If they come running in with the fucking axe, then what good is it going to? Well, we know who it is, and he's.
It's too late. Yeah, and it's like if they go in a car apiece, or whatever, it doesn't matter because when you don't really care. Oh yeah, we identified the guy. He blew himself up into 1,000 pieces. Well, we did identify him an hour earlier, via our vehicle. But we didn't do anything because we've got loads on our watch list, which they've got. It doesn't prove nothing or do anything, does it?
Yeah, if
Hey,
you're lucky,
Welshman.
you'll have a guy around that goes into a museum and grabs a narwhal tusk and fucking charges that.
Yeah.
That actually fucking happened, didn't it?
Yep.
On one of the
Yep.
bridges
So-
in London.
I'll try and be really quick. So the chap had been sent to prison for 16 years for the Canary Wharf attempt terror attack, and after 8 years he was released as a model prisoner, and then he lives somewhere in the Midlands, and he had an ASBO in London, and because they said he was such a model prisoner, they invited him down to give a speech. So they lifted his ASBO. They had a chaperone meet him at the train station, and they had a hotel and all that. So he was all, and he went to the conference. He went to the toilet, come out. Well, before he came out, he strapped 2 knives to his wrists, and went out and just started stabbing people up. And he killed two young people that were putting the conference on. And one of the people that was on the bridge, as Steve rightly said, was defended him with a Warhol tusk, was actually already a convicted murderer that had been through rehabilitation.
Right.
But this chap, no, he had a double tap. That was his finishing thing.
What are the odds of that?
Yeah, murderer. Convicted.
A terrorist murderer runs into a regular murderer.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's crazy and very sad. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, finish first because I'm about to go into a different subject.
Yeah. So what's really sad is obviously the two. Howell will know the 2 people that were killed were the 2 people that like vouched for him. And they were
Invited
like
him.
Yeah, they were good-natured. They, they were really good meaning people.
They saw the good side in this convicted felon, and
Terrorist,
they were like,
yeah, and you strung him up. You strung him along the garden path basically all that time, and as
That's
soon as he
why-
got his chance,
you never trust them.
well, it's an ideology. You've got to be super careful, eh?
Hey, Welshman, here's a question for you, and it goes to the rest, but I don't know if it's been reported there. Have you seen the? I'm sure it has actually. Have you seen the peace talks that are trying to happen between, going back to the Russia thing, between Russia and South Africa? Or no, Africa is trying to negotiate some peace. Have you seen this?
No.
Have you not? It was on the news today. So,
No.
African delegation have gone to Ukraine and spoken to Zelensky, and now they've gone to Putin today, and they've tried to speak to him about this war's got to end and come to negotiate. Now I know this is so controversial, but I'm going to say it anyway because let's never lose the freedom of speech. But I'm just really intrigued about the fact that it's Africa, and I just got my own little theory that is it just a more propaganda that we're going to have a black nation negotiating peace because the way the world is at the moment, trying to make it all work. But then a black nation will get credit for creating peace.
I mean, if the mainstream media are actually showing it, I don't rarely watch it now. But if the mainstream media are actually properly like giving it the big up, then maybe. But I would have thought the Americans would have tried everything for peace talks not to happen. What's that?
Are you having a laugh? America would try everything for peace.
No, would try everything. Did I say that? I didn't mean to say that. Would try everything not to have peace.
Yeah, too right. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. A lot of money involved. You've got to follow the money.
Follow the money. Always follow the money.
Money is just, we're dumping money over here, just pouring it out, just throwing it away. Just go, go, go. Right, Lee? I mean, you're informed about what we donate, or what is it? Is it a donation, what we give to the Ukraine, or is it
a loan?
It's a loan, right? We're getting it back.
You're getting it back. And you're also getting a lot of contracts to rebuild the infrastructure as well, which is going to be worth trillions of dollars.
So yeah, you're going to do well out of it.
You're going to do well out of it for sure.
It's never going to end.
Oh yeah, that's it, man. That's the whole point. That's what the CIA are for. They're for putting actual fear into the population and put you in consistent, continuous wars.
Here's the interesting thing about that whole war. It might well be coming to an end soon, because I was reading an article from a Pentagon employee high up saying that if the with everything that's been given to them, if they suffer really high casualties, because apparently the one thing they're running out of is men. And there's some videos on Chaotic where you see they're being smacked out and taken out of cars and being, you've got to serve. And secondly, the training isn't long enough. So, Russia are already boasting about they've got the German Chieftain tanks. Germany made a statement to say they're not supplying anymore. So if the losses are huge, this Pentagon official was saying, then it will be time to negotiate. So they really need this offensive to work, because if it doesn't, then I think that's when we'll finally see some negotiation.
Don't believe it.
Don't believe what?
What the guy's saying.
What, from the Pentagon? Yeah?
Yeah.
You think he's just lying?
Yeah, I do.
I think the war could be over in. I think the war could be over in like 3 months. It could be over.
In what respect, Last Dance, do you think he's lying? As in what, putting out false information, or?
I think there's an endless appetite in this administration for escalating it a little bit further.
Agreed.
Really? Wow.
For every loss, someone will say the answer is, let's just give them a little bit more advanced weaponry. That will turn the tide. And, I'd like to believe that it was it was that simple, that if this offensive doesn't go well, then they'll negotiate. But no, it's too easy.
Yeah, it's interesting, because the other thing I saw in the news this week was the Iranian leader was, I don't know whether he was visiting somewhere like Venezuela, some South American country, and I'm sure, and I might be wrong, but anyway,
not Venezuela.
Yeah, Venezuela's not doing too well.
But he was saying, whatever country was with, I've probably got the country wrong, but whatever country.
Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Maybe, no, that's Argentina, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's similar to Venezuela.
Yeah, no, it might not be South American then. I might be totally wrong. But anyway, the speech that he gave was about this country and them having good trade agreements that they've now set up. But he was also promoting the fact that through Putin, because he mentioned Russia, that there was going to be trade done where the American dollar isn't the currency to trade in. But I thought, that could be dangerous, because I can't see you guys letting that go. I think that would create a much bigger war.
Just a quick one as well, Vincent. If you're listening in the chat, you need to go in the description if you want to come on the panel, because he doesn't put it in the chat; he puts it in the description. If you're there, Vin.
Well, we can put it in the chat.
Go ahead, throw it in there for old Vincey boy.
Okay.
Go ahead and put it in the back chat while you're at it too.
Put it in there unlubed in the back chat. Sorry.
Ouch.
Jesus Christ, what the hell is that link?
Oh, that's garbage.
Did
What the hell?
Did I do that?
Well,
I did
Yeah,
that.
you did. Oh.
Idiot, Smokesteve.
Yeah, what am I doing? I'm literally...
I didn't push nothing.
You have to go up here and get it on the stream.
There you go.
Yeah, I figured it out.
Okay,
I'm deleting that, because that is absurd.
Yeah, use your power.
Oh, I can't. I can only block, report, or go to your channel. I can't delete it.
I can't delete it either.
Well, it's almost out of the screen. A few more.
What happens if Smokesteve gets carried away and says stuff he shouldn't? We can't delete it. What kind of mods are we?
You can't delete comments?
Not yours.
Not yours.
Oh, because you said it from my page. It comes from me.
I can put Topple in timeout if I want to.
You can feature it.
Look at
but
that.
you can't delete it.
What's that?
It's a YouTube link. Links are.
Smokesteve, say something very naughty in the chat.
All right.
It'll come out because you're the host. Yeah, well, what boys? What do you think about the White House being used for some sort of pride event this week, where one of the males got his breasts out? What do you think of that?
That was bad taste.
Cut out.
Yeah, like there was a tranny that like took her boobs out, his boobs out in the White House lawn. Like really, that's really a great way. Like they're starting to get accepted, and the first fucking thing this person does is whip them out. Like, come on, dude.
Well, it's stunning and brave, though, Steve. Don't you think that's stunning and brave?
Stunning.
Shocking.
Yeah. What did I do, Zara?
I mean, how that person didn't
balls
get
isn't
arrested.
good enough. Balls. If you want something more than balls, hey, come on, all I got was balls.
He should have got arrested, basically, and then they say, well, you know, not being funny, but we'll allow so much, but you're taking the fucking piss if you think you get your Bristols out.
Well,
on the White House lawn. It's just terrible.
You know, we got into this the other day on Drone Tech's channel, Drone Tech. Give him a follow. I was featured there live the other night. It was awesome. I was great as usual, but one of the liberal, I think the guy's name was Liberal Cluck.
Yeah.
Who also deserves a follow, because I'd love to get him on here to debate you guys. This kid is fearless. He's totally massive liberal, and he'll just go on and debate anybody.
What's the McGrande?
Liberal Cluck.
Yeah, that's his name.
And he was like, well, if that's a man, then a man can take his shirt off, right? And what the hell's the difference?
Because well, it's got Bristols for a start, and it's pretending to be a fucking woman, isn't it?
Right, but if you're going to make it one way, then you have to make it that way the whole way. So that woman now has to use a men's room only, and can take its shirt off anywhere they want, because that's what's allowed.
Okay, well, I would suggest a male taking his shirt off in the White House lawn during an official event. Right? I would suggest, yeah, that's fucking pretty fucking poor, isn't it?
It's pretty poor, but it's not viewed the same as what's perceived as a woman doing it. Now, what you perceive this person doing it is, you perceive them as a man. That means that there's a lot less. So, like, let's say, you get, like, a fabulous athlete who's known for his physique, who goes out there. It's a male. I don't know. I can't think of any right now, but Rob Gronkowski, okay? He's a great tight end. The dude's ripped. He's fucking a specimen. He goes and takes his shirt off in the White House. They might be like, yeah, that's frowned upon. A woman does it. The woman gets kicked out. Now, this person who did it was a man.
Yeah, I get your point. So, what we should do then is trans people that don't get accepted as a woman, they should just go topless around the high street.
They can.
I get your point. Though it's a valid point, but that's how crazy we're in. This is the situation we're in. This is how fucking crazy it gets.
Well, I lost focus on this. So this is a man.
As long as I can see boobs.
So it's a man that's had implants who got his breasts out during a rally, and Steve's rightly pointed out that wouldn't be illegal because you've declared him as a male, but obviously, it's got
on the
tits.
White House lawn.
Yeah, on the White House lawn during an official event, got her tits out. His tits out.
My president allows that. That's why.
Yeah.
No, he didn't have anything to do with it, and that's why they had to give her the boot, because they didn't want it. They didn't want the perception to be that this is acceptable, because that was certainly not what they wanted.
So someone just did it on their own.
They were like, we made it to the White House lawn, and this person's first, apparently, fucking thought was to take their shirt off and show their surgically implanted breasts, which is
horrific.
And
how they
I don't know, horrific.
Well, it did, because it all looked wrong. Everything looked wrong. It all looked, face, dress,
Yeah, I'm
man
not advocating
breasts.
for it. I think the
It was just a bit
behavior
of a
was. I think the
fuck show.
behavior was abhorrent, but I think it's debatable on some levels, I guess. But again, fuck that. You know, I know that person. It was disgusting. It was a disgusting act. It's fucking stupid. You know, they shouldn't have done it.
But did you see what the Republicans did to the Capitol on January 6th, though? Isn't that more
Oh snap, yo!
that's more disgusting to me. In, what was
You're
it called?
muted, Last Dance.
Interaction. What
I'm
was
gonna
it?
use this razor sharp wood chisel to go chop off some ice without cutting my hand, and I'll be back shortly.
I got a tweet I'm going to show.
And-
That's
and how dare they?
Dear God.
That media guy Tucker promoted January the 6th on all the videos. Terrible propaganda.
I don't know if any of you guys have seen this tweet. Created a lot of controversy.
Can you read it for me? Because I can't read
It
it.
says it's from the ACLU. It says the state of Florida never provided medically necessary gender-affirming care to Dwayne Owen, causing her enormous suffering and violating her right to be free from cruel and unusual punishment for the more than 30 years she was in state custody.
Now, he raped and murdered women.
He raped and murdered a 14-year-old girl,
Okay.
and he raped and murdered a 38-year-old woman.
So we should have put him in a woman's prison, right?
And he wanted to be put in a women's prison,
Okay.
and
that
he
makes
wanted to look like a woman. And they said, no, we're not spending our money on it.
And the ACLU was like all for that?
What
Yeah.
the
This was
mess?
their tweet.
That's
Unbelievable.
crazy.
It is crazy.
Oh, the ACLU?
Yeah,
Yeah, how fucking bizarre is that?
that was bizarre.
I contacted them once
For what?
because I felt we were we got busted on the floating on the river with weed,
That's it.
and I felt like it was they were watching us. They were watching
why?
us in the woods.
Are you
Huh?
secretly black or something?
What?
What are you
I was
called?
about
I just felt like because they caught us when we were doing something private up in the woods, me and my wife, and I.
Oh, you
felt
were
like
shagging,
it was-
making bacon.
No, it wasn't. I don't want to get into it because it's private, but
Okay, sorry.
it was something that shouldn't have been
Up
viewed.
the
By,
woods.
Well, were you on public property?
It's the
I don't
dog in
think we
barking
were.
behind you. It's the dog in barking
yes,
behind you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Do you know what dog in is? You don't, do you? None of you Americans.
I know.
Yeah,
this.
dog, and I know what it is from you guys. It's
Yeah.
going out and banging in the woods.
In the woods. It's all
Yeah.
car parks. Sorry.
Yeah.
So anyway, they didn't want to have none. They didn't even want to hear me talk
Yeah. Probably hung up the phone.
because I didn't even know what they were really for. I was just like I was like so drawn.
That's
for
hilarious.
drugs.
You went to them for that.
They're like, what color are you? White. They hung up the phone.
Yep. That's it. Job done.
That is too funny.
Yes, so tell us what happened. Before you tell us what happened, yeah, can you tell me
A
what
man and a
ethnicity
woman?
you are? You're white. Okay, let me just pass you on. Just like music forever to get nowhere.
Okay. Did you and your boyfriend? Oh, nope. It's a woman. Never mind.
Yeah.
That's
Now
fun.
that's-
Ain't that one Karen? That's cool.
So, like, this was a debate that was on one of my favorite radio shows of all time, which has changed a little, but it's still on. But they lost the female co-host, Danielle Murr, who's still on the radio here and there. Her point at the time was that she thought the state of Massachusetts should fund or facilitate the surgery for transitioning for prisoners in Massachusetts prisons. And this is one of the only times that I really flipped out and called in. She actually texted me back, from being live on air. And I don't know. What do you guys? This was years ago, but do you think that could be hundreds? At the time, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. God only knows what it's gone up to now. This is probably 15 years ago.
I know I don't want my tax money being used for that. No.
Right. I mean, if a person is legitimately sick in jail and needs medical treatment as human beings, unless they're like a diddler or a murderer of children or a murderer of innocent adults, then I say let them fucking die. But generally, you have to take care of human beings.
I don't
But
really
so-
believe that anybody, any adult, needs gender transition surgery.
Right. So what they're going to tell you is that if you're sick with cancer and you need surgery, then this is the same as that. What they're going to try to convince you of, that
Yeah.
needing this surgery is akin to needing a tumor removed or something. Like, because your body, you feel sick, like otherwise, like
The
I don't
clown
know.
world we live in.
There's gender therapy that you're talking about.
Surgery, not
Oh,
just therapy. Surgery.
Isn't that in gender therapy?
Well, it's a part of it, a very expensive and irrevocable part.
But we call it gender therapy, though.
The bottom line is though, shouldn't really cost the taxpayer.
That's the point. That's the point. $250,000 at least. You know.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, it's you're a permanent patient. By the way, Steve, if you have a full sort of sex change thing, you are a patient for life. You've got to take pills for life. You've got to do exercises. You've got to fucking stick a tool up you every fucking thing.
Jesus.
All right,
That's
this is
disturbing.
a permanent thing. I've seen an American mother scream at their daughter, son. I don't know. I'm confused. About they had to stick a thing up them. There's a word you call it. It's not a dildo. It's a special word.
Speculum.
Is that it, man?
Yeah.
But either way, they had to do it every day, and the
I'll make
mother
sure
was
to know these things.
screaming. You need to fucking stick that up you. If you ain't doing it, I'm gonna do it and stuff. And she's recorded on tape doing it. An American mother.
Yeah, I've heard of this person. It's nauseating. I want to throw up just thinking about it.
It is. It's abuse. It's flat
I
out
mean,
abuse.
is
I want to
abuse.
grab I want to get on a horse and get one of those long spears and drive towards that mother and joust her in the fucking head because it's fucking horrendous.
And I don't think she's on a charge either, even though she's been recorded saying literally, "I'm going to stick a tool up you."
It's terrible.
And this is why people are complaining that they're making bills against gender therapy, because when you do that, these people can't get their medicines and all that.
What?
Yes.
Well,
If they're underaged, but I mean, the thing is, insurance companies don't want to pay for it.
Yes.
Well, they don't want to pay for anything.
No.
The-
Yeah, that's true.
Correct.
You got cancer, you'll survive.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's some parts of it that they'll pay for, and then other parts that they'll fight your ass on. You know.
But it's the money
But-
train again, isn't it? It's the money train. They make good money. The doctors make good money on these patients because they're patients for life.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but there
think
are many people that are patients for life with lots of other diseases.
Yeah, but it's very specialised care, and they're charging extraordinary rates. I've heard about the rates they're charging, and that Matt Walsh thing, the thing I will break down, it costs an absolute fortune to carry out these procedures because they're quite specialised.
You've also got to remember, I remember reading an article by an ex AstraZeneca employee who was quite high up. We never actually want to cure anything. We want because the only way we'll make money is that we just give you something that keeps you alive. We don't want to cure it. There's no money in curing it.
Yeah.
So,
let me just point out.
AstraZeneca, didn't they make Viagra?
No,
yeah,
that's
maybe they did. I don't know.
no, that's fucking that's
No, but
who made
their
Viagra?
point is, Steve,
Pfizer.
they want you to
Pfizer.
be dependent on their drugs, so they don't.
Yeah,
want to cure it.
and
They want you to
you know
have a
Viagra
lifetime
was
of
by
pain,
accident.
so.
Yeah,
Do you know Viagra was by accident, Steve?
yeah.
No, I didn't. I was just trying to catch Lee because I was pretty sure they didn't make Viagra.
It was
But of course,
a
Lee
blood
doesn't.
pressure pill.
That's
Lee
right.
doesn't need no Viagra, so he.
Yeah, it was taken for I think it was
Well, yeah.
angina or something to do with the heart, and all they said what's his symptoms. He said raging stiffy, And then of course, that was a symptom that kept on coming up. So that's how they got onto Viagra, as for that use.
Is that really how he described it to the doctor? A raging stiffy?
I'm sure if they'd given it to 500 people, and then out of the 500, say 250 of the men, and like a pretty high percentage had an erection, or they realised it might be a thing, and they asked the question. Actually,
Right.
you know what I mean? But either way, that's how they, that's how Viagra took off, basically, and they realised they
Well,
could.
that was so funny then. It's like you were afraid to say the word erection. You went, if they get an erection.
No, I don't care.
Hi, Jen. You can get this stuff in injectable form. Because I know this because, I know this because I watch this cool interview show. I think it's on Discovery. It's not an interview. It's like deep reporting. And this particular episode was about like bodybuilders and this young bodybuilder who was up and coming. And between like one day and another, he needed to get a better score. And this guy, Dr. Tony Hughes, who goes by Dr. Tony Huge, fucking shot this kid up with such a cocktail of drugs. And one of them was injectable Viagra, because it would make his veins pop out when he flexed. So, like, not only does it make that vein pop out, it also does the rest of the body. If you take it in enough volume, it really like engorges all your muscles. And pretty interesting shit, dude. Like, you should see like day 2 and day 3 for this kid's bodybuilding after this cocktail of drugs. It looked like it was like 6 months later he was so much bigger. It was so fucking interesting, man.
Steve, and to the rest of you, have you seen the YouTube short videos of Elite? He's called the Elite Powerlifter. Have you seen him?
Elite Powerlifter, no.
Elite Powerlifter, right? He's worth checking out, right? Because he's so funny. He's apparently, I didn't know this. Where you see guys in the gym that are so pumped, they look like the Incredible Hulk.
He's the opposite, isn't he? I've seen it.
Yeah, he's the opposite, and apparently it's a system.
He's a cleaner or something, isn't he?
Where you can be like, you can pump yourself up, or you can train to have just exceptional strength. So he looks like a skinny guy, yeah, and he pretends to be a cleaner in a gym.
That's it.
And then he comes up to a guy that's got like loads of weights on this bar and lots of other gym equipment. And he says to him, "Oh, is it all right if I can just clean around here?" And the guy goes, "Yeah, no problem." And then he just picks it up with one arm and puts his mop underneath and cleans it underneath. And then the guy who's like there, who's been training for years, he's like looking at him like, "What? You just picked that up with one arm?" It's just, they're brilliant videos. You should check them out. They're so funny.
Cool.
They're brilliant.
Cool.
He's so strong. It's unreal.
Yeah.
Let me get my pen here. Where's my special pen? Special pen's gone. Can't take any notes. Damn. Well, somebody throw me it on a DM on Twitter.
Put it in the back chat.
What are you looking for?
I just want to write down the name of this channel.
I'll send you a link now on the private chat. Let me just put in there now.
I got a big framer's pencil. That'll work.
Yeah, the Last Dance, that tweet I showed you earlier on. It's quite crazy, isn't it? Sad.
What's that?
About the the terror attack where the son and the nephew were tweeting about their uncle, his
It was
father.
very sad.
What was it
Steve,
now?
I've just put in the private chat a link, but there's loads of videos that he's got. But you'll see him on there. He's just brilliant.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so basically,
carry on.
one of the 3 that were killed in the Nottingham terror attack that it was this week, his son and his nephew done some tweets on Twitter, and they basically saying that it's fucking outrageous what's happened, and they're not going to whitewash my my uncle because of some immigrant that slaughtered him, and they've been doing like services and stuff. Don't look back in anger with candles, and of course he wasn't invited
Huh.
either to go or speak. So his father or his uncle, the two of them are on Twitter talking about it, just like not welcome. So they're trying to basically erase his dad in a way, just because their opinion doesn't fit with the narrative, which is basically bullshit narrative.
What are you talking about specifically?
There was a terror attack in Nottingham last week in England.
Jesus, another one?
Yeah, so it was 2 days after the French one. You know the French one in the playground?
No. Oh yeah,
I
the guy,
saw that.
the immigrant stabbed children, and I guess he said because they were
Babies.
an easy target.
Babies in prams.
People were just jogging by. They had no idea what was going on.
Yeah. So yeah, 2 days later we had a similar thing in the UK. Where 4 a.m, a migrant from Western Africa stabbed up a couple walking home from a club, student couple, and killed the both of them. He then went to a guy driving his van, 5:30 in the morning, I think, and killed him, which is the tweets I was just talking about. And then he stole that man's van and then mowed down 3 people in his van of peace.
Welshman, there's
Yeah.
something really interesting about that as well. There was suspicion on my part that when that news was breaking, I wanted to know what his ethnicity was and where he was from. And I couldn't find it anywhere on the internet because they said the police had arrested him, but he was 31 years old, but they wouldn't release any more information. And I just thought, if you know he's 31, surely you must know more. Here's the weird thing, right? I can send you some links as well, Russell. You'll love this. By about 7 o'clock in the morning, Channel 4 had done an interview, and I think her name was Lynn. She was the main lady that was on the news all day, mate.
Black Afro guy with black hair.
Yeah, and beard. And then that was from Channel 4, wasn't it? And then it was like it was completely gone because the BBC for the rest of the day was saying they interviewed the same woman and she never made any mention of it whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I had both the clips and I just thought, oh my God, why are they trying to hide this? Why are they hiding it?
So the live broadcast got through the censor, and any recorded video was edited out. It's funny that, isn't it?
Completely edited out. And she said he was, no, I'm not being racist, but he was black with dreadlocks and a beard. And for the rest of the day, all they could say was he was 31 years old. They were not prepared to say what his color was, where he was from, this, that, and the other. And it's just like it just winds me up so much.
And this is the problem, isn't it? And the thing is, they're hiding it. See, because, for example, if you went now onto your Google and put down, say, like a sexual assault or rape in your area now, you'll find these cases. And when you read into these cases, these. Well, if they don't name them, that's always a bad problem because they normally name everyone, and then all of a sudden when they don't start naming them, but yeah, it's up and down the country. That's extremely high profile, isn't it?
We all feel that way.
Yeah, I mean, so what will it achieve for you if they name his race or what after?
Well, the main reason, Steve, is the fact that there's a massive undercurrent here, which you're not allowed to mention because you get deemed as being right wing or racist. That there are these immigrants that keep coming. Like this week, the weather's been pretty good in the UK. We've had a little bit of a heat wave, so the English Channel's been quite calm. So every day there's around about I'm not joking, 600 people making that trip. So they hire a dinghy with these people that say, oh, you can get to England, they'll give you houses, they'll give you this, that, and the other. And it's been about 600 people a day.
Some of them just got brought to Cal.
They're told that when they get about halfway through, to throw their passports away. There's no way of identifying them, who they are. Of course, some of the people that are coming over are just fucking idiots. They just, they don't like the way we live, this, that, and the other. And then you find out that the innocent people that were going to work that morning, I think two of the people were students. They were only 19 at the local university. Get stabbed to death by somebody that's come across, and we're giving them everything, and it's still not good enough because they don't like the way we live, so they want to kill them. I mean, it's just, and that's what they're trying to hide, because the problem is a lot bigger than what they're admitting.
So they're going for the mental health business again. But what's funny is the reports I've heard, he didn't have mental health. He had violent crime. That's what he had. Right. He was committing violent crime. That was his things.
Yeah.
Lee, do you stand with Tommy?
In what does he say?
Robinson?
No, not particularly. I think he
not
goes
a fan.
About it, I think he goes about it the wrong way. It makes some good points. There's no doubt about that. But I just think he goes about it the wrong way.
How about you, Based?
So when I started this, it was Tommy that started it off for me. So I went to a protest called Rage Against Hate on June the 11th, 2017, after the Manchester bombing, and that's what started me on this road. And I would suggest that Tommy's done some great work in his time, and he's put himself on the line, and he's taken very, very big personal hardships from it, by like being sent to prison for stupid shit like mortgage fraud, which was just a stitch up, and then he's gone to prison for other nonsense shit like recording outside a courtroom. But I do feel that he can be quite crazy, and he freely admits he's unmanageable. Right. I've spoken to plenty of people close to him, and in his own words, he's unmanageable.
But don't you think
he was back on Twitter for like...
He sold out, though, to a degree. He ended up working for the government, putting a package together about, equality and this, that, and the other. And I just thought at that point, you sold out. Now everyone you've talked against and had opinions, and then you end up going to work for them. So
you want about Quilliam?
I lost faith in him a bit when he did that.
Yeah, you want about Quilliam?
Mm.
When he worked for Quilliam?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Islamic think tank sort of thing, wasn't it? Quilliam.
Yeah.
But he was he was trying to see what the other side was saying, and because they were seen as a sort of central sort of body, and because they were calling him a Nazi and all that, or etc., or Islamophobic, wasn't it? Yeah. But he's not Islamophobic.
He isn't, because he has. I've seen some of his content, and he's got buddies who are Pakistani and Middle Eastern. They like embrace, and it's not about that. It's about like a lot of his problems are with were at one time with some of these what you guys call, which is a hard thing for me to understand, rape gangs.
Yeah.
And he was going up against these guys. And at the time, I was like, if this is fucking real and these rape gangs do exist, then more power to this guy. Go fucking smash, dude.
Yeah,
like,
they 100% exist. And in fact...
well, the police have been criticised for the fact that they didn't do anything because they were afraid it was going to cause racial tensions. I mean, it's disgusting.
So we got school teachers...
Tommy would just like... hold his fist down low and be like, all right, let's fucking go, dude.
You get me into this now, but like, you got to remember, school teachers, nurses, right, CPS, Child Protective Services, the counsellors, the MPs, the police officers, the ambulance staff, while they were getting their nice wages, going home to their nice house, family, lovely car, right? There was working class girls up and down the country getting fucked in the arse by a load of fucking dirty bastards in a train. Okay? And these professionals, and a lot of these professionals, their jobs were to protect children. They all turned their fucking back on these fucking girls, and they allowed these girls to get fucking horrifically raped, some cases murdered, right, and abused. And they were drugged and raped and abused, and then some of them were murdered. Some of them had to dig their own graves, and then they poured petrol on them, and then said it was just for a joke. This is court testimony. These fucking professional civil servants, they knew everything. They all turned a blind eye. They're
That's
fucking
terrible.
scum.
That's crazy, dude.
And we're talking hundreds of thousands of girls over the years.
Over here, I do feel like when our detectives find something like that, most of them are like bulldogs, and they just fucking go until they get the person.
They've admitted there's been inquiries and inquiries, and they basically and they have admitted it under oath that they were afraid. They were afraid of calling it out for what it was.
I don't know whether you can still access it, but I remember I watched it on YouTube. Whether it still exists, it probably does. Well, maybe
Three girls.
No, it was Tommy doing. He was invited to. I think it was it Oxford? At Oxford University, they'll have a guest speaker, and it could be a world leader or whatever. And I must admit, he came across that's when I really listened to it.
Yeah.
He came across so well.
So if anyone's questioning the narrative on Tommy Robinson, I'd highly recommend you've got to watch that one. It's about an hour long, but I swear to you,
he's amongst.
He's got his faults. He has got his faults, but he expresses himself very well there. And
and I think he was really open as well, and he explained why he thinks like he does, and it made a lot of sense. And amongst some of what's deemed to be some of the most young intellectual people in the country, and I think he came across really well.
Yeah, I always liked him because he reminded me of a lot of people that I grew up with in his attitude. I don't know, like you guys know, like I grew up in a place like Dorchester, South Boston. If you know the movie, like Good Will Hunting, all those bar guys, those idiots, just ready to throw hands. Like that's what Tommy always seemed like to me. And I always liked that, and it was kind of funny to me that he became so famous, but he was always just like
he's so
ready
small,
to drop
Steve.
Everything and just start
Steve,
throwing.
Steve,
It was hilarious, Steve.
Steve, he must be pushing 5'4", right? 5'5". He's not a big man,
I know
but he's got a heart. He's got a heart like a lion. And for example, there's footage of him. It was 2011 in Luton when they were flying an ISIS flag in Luton, and he jumped over the barrier into the Islamic side on his own, ripped the barrier down. There's still out there the footage. Gets nicked and all that, but when he jumped the crowd control barrier, I was thinking that's like a high jump record for him. Do you know what I mean? He's an extremely small guy, you know.
Yeah, it's the small guys. Sometimes you have to watch out for, man.
There's lots of other little incidents like he brings to your attention as well. There's like, and you'll know this, Welshman. There's like it's illegal to smoke in like a pub, a club, whatever, even a cafe. And although I'm a smoker, I agree with that. But there are certain areas throughout the country where it will be Asian run. And they'll smoke, or they'll have those. What are those like?
Shisha pipes.
Yeah, and the local council won't do anything about it. They just turn a blind eye. And yet, if I decided to walk into a cafe and have a fag, I'd be arrested in 5 minutes. And then what was the other thing which was like really where they just get away with stuff?
They'll actually cuff you and stuff you for a cigarette, bro.
They would call the police. They would call the police for sure.
Yeah. So basically. Is it arrestable?
No,
I don't really know, but
finable probably.
Yeah, I mean, for example, if you drop litter in the street, and they had the audacity to try and arrest you for it, which it's not even a police matter. There's council people for that. and I refuse to give my details.
You don't litter though.
No, I don't. But they after 24 hours, they'd have to release you under
Do you
no
pick
name.
up after Trigger?
If he goes in the bush, I don't. Yeah.
Oh, look at you leaving dog shit behind for other people to step in.
Well,
What a motherfucker!
no one's gonna step
Come
in
there.
on.
Shows a lot. Shows a lot about a man.
Unless you're walking through a bush, that is.
A bush.
Yeah, if he shits in a bush, I'll leave it because he when he shits outside my flat, there's a bush he goes to.
I see. You stick Trigger in a bush and you're like, shit.
Yeah, like
No,
he picks him up and puts him in a bush.
No, he walks him off leash, so Trigger goes where he
goes
wants.
where he wants to go, but
Finds his
he
own
goes in
way.
the same two places, one side of the car park and the other. I don't know which side it is. It's one or the other every day. He chooses.
One of them's loaded with Trigger turds. Oh,
Yeah, that's all
go
right.
for that. That's terrible. Aphid, you told us your dogs just go at free random around your property. There's landmines everywhere.
Oh fuck yeah, dude! What do you? Am I supposed to walk after him with like a roll of toilet paper and a
I
spool
mean,
or
you have a
something?
whole herd of dogs. It would
How many dogs
be
you got?
nigh
Aphid?
to
You got a
impossible.
few, and you.
3. I got
And they're
3.
big dogs, and they're collies or something.
Well, I got one that's a big dog, one that's like a medium, and one that's like a.
They
tiny.
shit like humans, man. They shit like humans.
Oh, the big one? More
Yeah.
than humans, dude. But dog
Yeah.
shit, like, there's something about dog shit where people, they don't. It's like they're cool with dog shit.
I'm going to throw up shortly.
Well,
People just people. There's different.
All right,
feelings
ask
towards
the
dog
human
and
shit,
people
dog shit question again. Go ahead. We've all heard
I'm
it
not
before.
telling you, dude. Like, if a
You've asked
if
us
a
all
dog
the human
shits on my patio over there, I'm gonna get rid of it. You know, not think anything about it. A human shits like over there on my patio. I'll never walk by that spot without thinking about that human shitting.
Well,
on that.
my mum used to use a shovel. So when we used to call over, she goes, "I got to clean the garden." She used to get the shovel out, and she used to do this uppercut with it, and try to scoop it up over the fence and launch it in the farmer's fields, all in one movement.
One motion, huh?
Yeah. She was doing it. She's
I'm picturing it. It's good technique.
Yeah, that's classic. So now, Aphid, I know now if I ever have the pleasure of being invited to the Aphid house, I can cordon off a certain section of the deck by defecating on it, and then it'll be forever Smokesteve's spot. That'll be my
It will be.
zone.
It will be.
Marking your
It will be.
territory.
I'll never forget it.
He'll
I'll
probably
never
just
forget it.
pave over it to get rid of the thought.
Right.
Do you ever
My
get in
dog shits
America?
up there. I'll forget about it after an hour.
Do you ever get in America where someone will like chalk around a shit and go, "Oh, watch out," with an arrow next to it or something like that?
I've never seen that, but I have seen someone put up a flag into the ground with a note tied to it, asking people saying this pile of shit should be cleaned up or something like that. And I was like, okay, it was there for like a month.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, yeah.
I'll tell you a true story. When I was younger, we were living next door to a guy that was he was in the army. I mentioned that because everything had to be right. I got on well with his son Mark. We were the same age and stuff. Anyway, my dad came out one morning, and there was a neighbour across the road who let his dog out, and he would just shit wherever he wanted. But for some reason, he took to shitting on our front garden. So my dad came out one morning and was talking to this guy. His name was Mike. He goes, "Oh, geez," because the dog was lame one. And Mike, we used to like come back home for 2 weeks and then be away for like 6 weeks or something. So he just goes to my dad, "You know what? You shouldn't put up with that." So he goes in the house, comes back, calls the dog back, grabs the shit and puts it in a bag and ties it around the fucking dog's collar. And it trots back to its house. And the neighbour got a message and never let the fucking dog shit on my dad's garden again. It was cool.
Oh man!
Interesting.
Can you imagine that dog turning back up with its own turd hanging around its neck?
Yeah. It is
You
good.
know,
He
when
could
I
have
was a
done
kid-
a lot different. He could have went violent. So
When I was a kid, dogs shit everywhere. There was no such thing as as a bag to scoop them up.
Did you have white shit years ago? Because we used to have white shit, and it stopped.
Yeah, I remember the white shit. Where I
Yeah.
don't see the white shit no more.
Yeah,
Where'd
it's
that go?
because
What happened?
they banned the ingredients that turned. Yeah, so same in the UK, we don't get white shit, and that's because they
Is that
banned it.
right? Is that what
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
from?
Google that, Lee. Google that, mate.
I'm gonna
You'll find
have
it.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
man.
Google dog shit white, and
Yeah.
When I was a
White
kid, I
dog
thought
shit.
it was old
and
dog
we
shit.
talk about white dog shit after
It's
I
the
come back.
ingredients. It's the ingredients, lads. Honestly,
Wow.
I can't remember what it was specifically, but I'm sure
Bring
Lee's
back the
googling
white
away.
shit. I say.
No, I'm not. I just believe
They're
you,
easier to
Russell.
spot.
I don't think you've got any reason to lie. So yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind knowing because I know if I come off, I'll lose connection.
I'll look then if you want. I'll have a look now.
Put down white dog poo. Why don't we see it anymore?
Yeah.
Man,
Right.
there's
Well,
one
common
thing you're
causes
ever
of white
good for,
food
Base.
is
It was
no
this
time.
moment right here.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you informing me on why there's no white shits anymore.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of down to calcium, apparently. Too much calcium in the food. So obviously they cut that out. But that's why dog poops used to be white.
Huh.
So it wasn't balanced properly. It was just thrown together.
By the sounds of things, yeah. It chalk-like consistency, which caused too much calcium, excess bones in their diet and in their food. So they were putting calcium in there.
So it's half rice.
Yeah.
So
I'm just
dogs-
looking at another article.
People suck, though. You know, not us. You know,
Oh, no, everybody.
we're the
else.
only six. We're the only six that don't. But everybody else.
Do
they
you know?
all suck.
Do you know anyone who eats dog food and stuff? Because I know someone who goes on a live, and for donations, he starts eating dog food and cat food and stuff.
for everyday eating or just for money?
He does it like once a month or something. He does it like I don't know.
How much does he make doing that?
Well,
Does
some
it
people give
offset
him.
the cost of the food?
Well, yeah. That's the whole point, isn't it? He's some cash. Yeah.
I did
Is
see a
this too
documentary.
nice?
What's
I
that?
did see. I saw a documentary where the people that produce dog food, they do have human testers. It's
Yeah.
got to be fit for human consent, and they'd be trying it, eating it, to see if it was all right. Oh God, I hope they get paid a lot. Jeez.
I never had dog food in my life. I almost had a
Ugh. I can't even have a cold pizza. Can you imagine having?
You almost had what, Topple? I think you cut out.
Yeah, you go and you do, then you dropped.
Oh, I can't hear him at all now.
No.
Yeah.
Nope, can't hear you.
Is he muted?
He's
He is
muted
now.
now, but I think he muted himself.
He's got McGrande's internet.
Yeah.
It's a little choppy there, but it's dark in the background. Maybe that's why.
Mind you, McGrande's internet is been updated. DeSantis has obviously done some work on their fiber optics.
Yeah, you're gone. You're gone, Top. I don't know what's going on.
You need to. Maybe you need to leave and come back. If you're on a mobile, reset your mobile.
Well, I hope we don't lose Topple for good. Topple, too. Try hard to come back. Smokesteve, you're muted too because you're so loud.
I muted him.
All right, I'm back. Why? That fucking fan comes through the exterior door? You
No,
just
actually,
don't hear
don't
it?
seem nearly
No,
as bad.
I muted you because of the echo.
Okay.
Your fan's not making the usual high pitch sound it makes.
There.
Yeah, that's the
you don't
noise.
wanna
That's the noise we love.
see.
Does it help to keep that? Is there a reason to keep that door open, or are you just like taking a look over there every once in a while?
No. Right now things are quiet in there, so
Okay.
I can keep it shut.
There you go.
Things I have. I'm well supplied.
There you go.
Uh,
The harvest has come home.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. I have no idea.
If I said to Steve, "You need a dimmer,"
Mm,
he knows what I mean.
look
You
at
need a
I
that.
mean,
dimmer.
I have a pretty big fist. That's half the size of my fist. I mean, pretty.
That's
Wow. Smells like
that's a locally grown, is what you're saying?
lemons and turpentine. I would describe that smell.
Mm.
It's interesting. Very sativa type cannabis.
Oh,
I don't know if you guys
that's my jam. I
Oh,
much
no.
prefer
Drugs.
sativa.
Sounds like
Do you
drugs.
really? Because usually
Oh,
the
yeah.
guys who have a lot of energy and are hyper prefer the indica. And to
No,
me,
because
you seem like
I
a
get,
high
like-
energy guy.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that because a lot of the time I feel like I'm getting old and I got no energy.
But you always tell me how you have trouble sleeping. Not always, but that's
I
something you've
do.
mentioned.
I do. Because it's Father's Day weekend. Happy Father's Day to you fathers out there.
Same to you, my man.
And I was all excited. It's I get a little pampered this weekend, and there's no. That's the cool thing about Father's Day is it's not like a birthday where there's pressure. Like you might have a birthday party you got to go to, or you got to see this family member or that family member. With Father's Day, it's just you can wing it. Whatever happens, happens, and you just it's kind of your thing, So everybody's a little bit nicer to you, and gives you a
Yeah.
smile. Wants to do whatever, wants you to take it easy, and they'll do what you usually take care of. So
Well, yeah,
Father's Day
maybe.
weekend seems
It's another
I'm having a
stupid American
great
thing, though,
Father's
isn't
Day
it?
weekend. Yeah, you guys don't have that over there?
Yeah, we do. But it's an American thing. It's like your baby thing birthdays or what is it?
Shower.
Yeah, that's
Baby.
another like American bollocks.
Oh, baby shower? Yeah, you guys don't have baby showers? Well, we only
Oh,
have
yeah.
them for the first
Well, we
baby.
do.
do.
now.
We do. That's the problem.
Oh, it's there now.
It slowly comes across, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
But I mean, Halloween I think came from somewhere else. So when Halloween comes around, are you like,
Yeah,
Bob.
Halloween's fucking awesome. Baby showers suck fucking nuts, dude.
But they do help you get some of the stuff that you don't have to buy it, because
It's just it's just for commercial purposes. That's all of these
Yeah,
things
yeah,
are
no,
for.
you're right.
Well, you do these baby shower registries, and you just go to the stores and tell them what you want, and then
Right.
people go and buy that shit for you.
Did you
You
have
gotta
to
buy a
go
lot
to
of shit for
yours,
baby showers.
Aphid?
Yeah, I did. It was
Jack and Jill.
a family member had died right then, and it was
Oh,
like kind of a
okay.
messed up deal. So,
Yeah,
but yeah, I did end up going. I don't know if I was planning on going, but it just happened that way.
I mean, like you said, you get a diaper genie, you get the crib covers, and all the other
Right?
random stupid
Yeah, all that
shit
stuff that
need
you got to
for
go out and buy
baby.
anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Right, I'm going to go, guys, because talking about Father's Day, I've got to be compos mentis tomorrow, and it's already 3
Well,
o'clock here.
man, I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you're pampered well, Lee. Good seeing you. Always good seeing
And
you.
all right, take care, everyone. See you
Nice
soon.
one.
Bye.
All right, Lee. Thanks for coming, buddy. We'll see you.
What happened to Last Dance?
Where's he going?
I guess Topple left too.
Topple was
Topple?
having audio problems, so he might be back, but
He
If I
says
know
dead
Topple-
Mike. He's gone.
yeah, Topple will be gone.
Oh, Mr. Kill's here. He can jump on. Mr. Kill has joined in before.
He could do
Mr. Kill.
that quiz with us.
Yeah,
Mr.
Kill
Kelsey would be a
comes on.
great
We're
person.
We're gonna have Pew Research official
Bass
quiz.
would be good for that too, because I know he hasn't done it.
Hey, Aphid, dude, where is it? It's way back on the Discord. It's like fucking 2 days ago. So it's
Was that in the general chat? Yeah,
I
I'll
don't
find it.
remember.
And I'll put it in the back chat.
Can you
Wow.
DM it to me? The link?
Yeah,
That'd
I'll
be
do that.
easier.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
'Cause I don't think I can feature things from the back chat.
All right. All right.
Oh, he's back. Holy shit, dude. Look at that. Hey. what's
no,
up,
still
Top?
can't hear you, Top. Still can't hear you, buddy.
Come on.
No,
Top.
and the sound went mid sentence when you were talking. So I don't know if you knocked something.
Just
Top.
check the plugs, bro. Check the goddamn plugs. Plugs.
You can hear us.
Yeah, Mr. Kills.
Nod your head if you can hear us, Topple.
Can you hear us? Yes.
Yeah, you can hear us, yes.
I mean, it's a simple microphone problem.
Unless he's got to reset his computer, which is
It's
always.
it's not a quiz per se, Mr. Kill. Aphid misspoke. It's more of a survey.
Yeah, quiz has like the answers.
Hmm.
Like there's a right answer and a wrong answer. This is your opinion.
Although I heard somebody when I was watching Random Goon stream last night, and somebody in the chat mentioned they were excited for a stream tonight that was going to be a murderer quiz. And I was like, God damn, I would be good at that. Like, I watch so much murderer content. Like, I feel like that's what all live leakers have seen, like, all the old murderer, you know what I mean, Aphid? Like, the serial killer stuff, like a murderer, like, pub quiz would be awesome. Don't you agree?
Yeah, yeah, totally.
You know, you got all the classics on there.
Okay, I finally found it. I was like, man.
I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who researches. I don't think I'm the only one who researches that. That's why it's so popular. Researches that. All right, Aphid, what are you doing? Let's go.
I'm fine. I'm true. I'm trying to. I'm right there. I'm just scrolling up. You know, it was a long time
I
ago.
was trying to find it, and I couldn't earlier. I was getting distracted. Now I'm
Yeah.
watching you find it, and it's even more distracting. What is that up there? A little tiny fridge?
It's always been there, dude. It's where I always go get my beers.
But you also have another one down below.
No, just this one.
Just that one? Oh, I thought you
Just
had
this
one
one.
under the countertop.
Nope. It's always been that same one.
That thing's tiny. I love it. I could have
Well,
one
it
of those.
keeps about like 2.5. Like it'll hold like 35 to 40 beers.
Oh, man.
I used to have a little
My-
camper
my sh-
fridge.
You went
I
from
crossed
2.5
my
to
legs.
35 to 40.
Fuck, you doing that many, do you?
Oh, there, finally. I crossed my legs and the buckle got stuck in my chair.
What do you-
The fabric
you got
of my
some-
chair.
Birkenstocks there?
Yeah, that's exactly what they are.
Holy shit, dude. I thought you'd be wearing Vans.
I mean, I got them too, but sometimes it's just nice to just slip on some sandals. That's one thing we got from the Indians.
When was the last time you skated?
Man, it's been since like Christmas, dude. It's
Oh,
been way
man,
too long.
Come on. No kick flips, no shove-its.
Well, my buddy that has the ramp in his backyard that we always skate is in the middle of this pool debacle that it's embarrassing for me to say on his sake, the money that he gave some company. I just sent it to you. The money that he sent some guy to just screw him over and not do any work basically to build this pool. And now he's out the money, fired the guy, and he has a hole in his backyard, and all the dirt that came from that hole is in a mound next to the hole, and the ramp is behind all that. So like, we haven't really skated much since that has happened.
No kidding, huh? Unbelievable.
We need, like, I was trying to talk him into, in the old days when we were skater punk kids, we would have found out where this guy lived and wreaked havoc on him, let's just say,
Yeah.
But now I guess we're too old, we're 50. We're too old to do it, I guess,
That's
because I
crazy.
asked him if he wanted to go do something, and he kind of like poo-pooed it.
You got too much to lose now.
I mean, I guess so, but I think that $30,000 fucking dollars, dude, flush down
Well,
the toilet for nothing. You gotta,
There's this thing called the court system, and you sue, and
Well,
and
he
you
was going to
recover.
go
That's
that
how
route,
that
and then
works.
he was like, it's going to cost me like another $5,000 to $8,000 to sue the guy.
yeah,
And
it
he
will cost a
probably
little
doesn't
bit.
even have the money. He probably doesn't have the money to give me, so I'm out another $8,000.
Well, he
possibly
should be.
$8,000.
Yeah,
Sure, but you never
the
know
risk
that.
is he could go bankrupt basically, and then you're still at ground zero. But instead of costing $30,000, it costs $36,000.
I got
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Here's what
it's
usually
not a bad
happens.
place.
Usually, you get a lawyer to write up a demand letter. It's not going to cost thousands of dollars, threatening to sue. And if it comes from a law office, it usually scares people into.
Well, he's got that's the deal. two neighbors over, had this guy doing his pool.
Oh yeah.
Fired
Before-
him around the time my friend hired him, and I was like, "Why are you hiring him? If he's screwed over this guy, he's not going to want to show up at your house every day and chance running into this guy that lives 2 doors down from you." And he's like, "Well, I look at it as he's not going to be working on that guy's pool no more, and he'll have more time to work on mine." I'm like, "That is idiotic."
Yeah,
I can't believe. And he's the type of friend that, I mean, he would do anything for me. So I even hate painting him in this light, but he would, like, if I was critical of his thought on this whole operation, he would not talk to me, and he would be mad at me as much as he's mad at that guy right now. And it would ruin our friendship for years until we made up again. Because it's happened over, I've known the guy my whole life. So that's just the way things go with him.
Is he your twin?
No, but he's my man. I love him. I love him to death. He's
I'm
like
glad.
he's like a brother to me. But I just can't. This whole situation with blowing this money on this, I feel so bad, and yet am so like
But you're angry at
I saw
him.
it coming. I saw it coming a mile away.
Yeah, but the only reason you're angry at him is because you love him.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to keep that to ourselves because it would hurt his feelings too much.
No
Well,
problem.
everybody has their weaknesses, right?
Oh yeah. I'm not perfect. Although, in 50 years I haven't found my flaw, but someday I think I will.
I think they have a good idea in the chat what some of your flaws might be. Cup of tea is an expert.
Anyone want to try a political typology quiz?
Oh, what's
Sure.
this? I've never seen this before.
This looks interesting.
Right. Let's go with question 1.
I feel I should point out that Smoke Wife asked you to hold off until she returned from whatever
Oh,
she was
did?
doing.
Oh, is she
Yes.
back yet? Smokesteve wife, make sure to let us know when
I
you're
didn't
back.
see that. Okay,
Oh.
stop
Yeah,
sharing.
Pop that up.
God, what an
Okey
asshole. It's your
dokey.
wife, dude. What are you thinking?
Hey, Topple's back. Come on. Let's go.
Does this
Topple's
work?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you're good.
It was better before.
back.
Well, fuck you.
No, actually, it sounds louder, I think. You sound more...
Well, fuck you for saying the Backstreet Boys. You'd be more interested in them than the Beatles.
I know that pisses you off.
I
don't mind.
know that's why you said it.
But the Kinks are better.
Backstreet's back. Come on. Yeah.
Kinks,
Well,
the Kinks,
Kinks-
I got nothing bad to say about the
Kinks
Kinks.
are
but
awesome. Absolutely.
Beatles
Lola?
deserve to be that, like...
Lola
upper
was a
echelon
cool
of
song.
respect.
What about Lola? Like, that was the original trans song, right? She walks like a woman and talks like a man.
No, I mean, there were trans. Trans has been around forever. Well, didn't Lou Reed do it? That Walk on the Wild Side?
Speaking of Lou Reed, that's so funny. I came across the drawing I did of Lou Reed today.
Take a walk on the wild
See if you guys
side.
can
Yeah.
recognize
And
him.
the colored girls say.
Okay. Do 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 do.
Let me see that,
do, do,
Aphid.
do,
Hold that up
do,
again,
It was-
buddy.
do, 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 do. That's
It was just a
drawing?
sketch, just a quick sketch I did, and I came across it today.
That looks so cool, man.
Just
is
black
good.
charcoal.
Beautiful. Lou Reed was the man.
Yep.
Oh, what am I doing? Okay, this is awkward. And we're back, and let's add Aphid Lip in. There he is. All right, yeah. Yeah, cool stuff, man.
Lou Reed.
So we're doing quizzes again?
Are we gonna do this survey?
Well, you
Well,
gotta
we're waiting. We're still
We-
waiting for Smokesteve's wife.
push the button to get Mrs. Smoke Wife back.
Yeah, don't you got a walkie-talkie or something?
Don't
guys?
you have like a no bark collar on her so that if she misbehaves, you just push a button?
Wow.
No,
Isn't that how everybody does it with their wife?
negative. No, sir.
I don't know I don't think there's a right way for me to respond to this, so I'm just gonna stay out of it.
Good plan.
Well, yeah, I want to do this quiz on here, see how you guys answered and how the hell we're all the same.
Is
I think
Mrs.
we're
is
all
Mrs.
different, but we're averagely different on them. That's what
I
my
think
guess is going to
I
be.
bet you're
How
right.
was that?
There's probably several of them that we are very similar on, though.
Aphid, is Mrs. Lip still watching?
I think she's been on the phone the whole night, so I don't think she is.
No kidding, huh? Okay.
Hope nothing
But
bad
they
is
were
happening.
like usually both of my, because it's Saturday night, it's like a hot night for the family,
Hot
and
night.
every Saturday night, I'm like between 6:30 and basically bed, I'm occupied, so there's always a little trouble. But since it's Father's Day weekend, it was like known. You go on when you want to go on, and you take as much time tonight as you want to.
That's why. Okay, look who it is. My dog. What up, Mr. Kill?
Oh, he's gonna be in for the
All
quiz.
right.
This will be good. Mr. Kill, I can already tell you will be way further on the right side of the quiz that we were.
How you doing, Mr. Kelsey? It's good to see you.
Yep, I'm good. Thank you, guys. How you doing? You all right?
Good, brother. What
It's always
is
good to
that?
hear that voice, Mr.
Hold
Kill.
that can up. Hold that can up. I want to see what that brew is.
Bud Light.
Carlin.
Carling. Oh, look at the carling over there. It looks so different. Okay, we got a Guinness.
Cheers, everybody.
Now, does that look reversed to you?
No, it
No,
doesn't,
it's in the
because
right direction.
you have a setting in your StreamYard that mirrors it. That way, it's like a mirror to you instead
Okay.
Let me
of
just have a
showing.
look.
Topless having a
No,
nice
it's not
tea.
mirroring for me.
Looks good on this end. Everybody looks good.
Hey now.
No, the writing was written the right way, Last Dance, so it's
Okay.
only on your end.
But you're saying I can change it so that I can see it?
You should be able to I think in the camera settings, I think there is a mirror. If it's not in there, it's in your Windows settings.
Yeah, so I've got to be
Settings,
careful I
camera.
don't pull my phone down.
No, it says mirror my camera, but I have
Yeah.
it checked.
Yeah, uncheck it,
Uncheck it. Okay.
and now you'll see what everybody else sees.
I'll be damned, you're right. You are a friggin' genius.
Well, I don't know about that.
Hey,
I mean, close.
I think you still like
No
the right
close
side.
at all. You're over the limit.
it's so good. I've got, what's it? We've got Last Dance, Aphid, we've got Trump.
Fuck yeah. What are you laughing about?
Hey, Topo, you're good, man.
Mr. Kill, doing well over there, I hope. Everything good?
Yeah, no, I smashed my leg up quite bad about a week ago. It's all soft tissue damage. It's very swollen, but I've still got to keep on working. But yeah, it's been a painful week, but I keep on going.
What'd you
And
do?
I slipped.
You slipped and like
literally-
hit something?
No, I literally slipped, and my whole leg swelled up. Soft tissue damage. It's bad.
Were you
Like you-
drunk?
No, I was going to bed, and I just kind of like slipped, and
Going to bed, huh?
literally massive, painful fall.
Oh,
Not
poor
painful
bastard.
anywhere else, but just my leg. And but soldier on. Walk it off. It's gonna. It'll be sorted in a month or two.
Oh.
Oh, speaking of getting hurt, this is a perfect segue to ask Smokesteve, because Topple's on here as well.
Yes, yes.
And I know you two disagree with this. The spring situation. So, Smokesteve, have you changed a spring before? Because Topple is like my pussy ass friends and is thinking that I shouldn't touch it.
A garage door spring?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have good tools. I know you have good shit, dude.
It
So
just
like,
needs a bar.
all you need to do is do the same thing that the guy who would charge you $500 to do it for.
Right. Exactly.
Do the same thing that he's gonna do, and you'll be all set.
It's
That's
2
it.
bars and a adjustable wrench. That's all you need.
That's or a socket. I would use a socket, not just a wrench.
Adjustable wrench.
Well, and you need a clamp, and what are those things called?
Vice grip.
Vice grip to stop the wheels from moving, and then you need the socket to adjust the set screw, and then you need the bars for the 2 holes.
Yeah. I don't fuck with anything with tension. I don't like to.
I mean, I understand, but I mean, that's like saying, I mean, I wouldn't fuck with anything electrical, or I wouldn't,
Oh yeah, I
you
know.
could say it about everything. I mean, I
Yeah,
would
of
much rather
course.
do that than mess with electrical, because I don't like electrical.
Really?
So you'll get
Yeah, I
electric.
don't like electrical.
Electrical is super easy. It's the easiest one of all.
Well, it's not easy for some.
But I mean, it's super easy
Oh,
once you
cause
know it.
Next to falls, it's the second reason people die in the household.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it ain't
Voltage-
garage springs,
Thank God
Topple.
Mr. Kelsey's still here with us then.
Voltage tester does a world of difference to know.
No, a
that-
meter. Just use a meter. Don't use a volt tester.
And
Well, I
knowing
just
the
mean
rules of
after
bomb.
just to make sure everything's dead.
Oh yeah, but like, there's people that don't. There's people that just don't feel comfortable or don't know code and they're worried about a fire. That's
That's
how they-
great. Smart on their part.
Smart on their part.
If people don't know, they're better off not touching it.
Yeah,
That's a
Well,
great-
here's my difference with the two things we're talking about. You can't see electricity. I can see this bar if I'm going to put it in the right hole and put the next one in the right hole and the
Easy
next one in the
tension.
right hole.
You can
But the-
see you can see electricity. All you need is a what's it?
Meter.
Well, not a meter. All you need is
Tesla coil.
no, a screwdriver, an electrician screwdriver that lights up whenever you
Oh,
touch
that's
electric.
It's a voltage checker. No way. You just need to know what kind of volts you got coming.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
America
Yeah.
is mostly 120, so
learning
you gotta deal with
the
color.
rules of bomb is also very helpful.
yeah. But the biggest thing when homeowners do their own electrical, they are prone to cause fires.
Yeah.
I mean, it
That's-
depends what you're doing. If you're doing something complicated, then yeah. But if
Well,
you're
no,
just
I like
replacing an outlet that, all you do
Yeah,
is,
I do that.
it's not like you're modifying or, doing anything complicated. You're piggybacking on someone who knew something by putting the outlet in. You're just replacing it.
Replacing's not a big deal at all. I agree with that.
No, but I'm just saying with tension, I've snapped come-alongs, drop chains. It just scares the shit out of me. I do a lot of sketchy shit, don't get me wrong, but that's something I would pay for, though. That's just me, though. Like I said, I had people that never worked on mechanical stuff before change their garage springs.
An aphid lip is somebody who climbs up on a rickety ladder,
Yeah, I know.
juggling 3 100-pound signs. So he's already,
No, I also I'll pay contractors come in my house and do stuff I already know just to get rid of the hassle. So
It's all about the money.
It's all about the price. Yeah, I mean.
oh yeah.
well, you also know I also know contractors too. So don't recommend
Well, I know somebody in just about every field because of the business
Yeah.
I'm in. But
exactly what you do. So
Let
Yeah.
the quiz begin.
Yeah, don't say too much about Smokesteve doing electrical. I mean, let's just keep it on the down low. You know.
oh,
what I'm
she's
saying?
back. She's back. We can do our test now.
Yeah, she's back. We're back. Oh, Shady's back now. Here we
I
go.
thought when I
All right.
put her message up on the big screen, no one could possibly miss it.
Okay.
Okay, we've got a test.
But I'm bummed. All
Yeah,
right.
we got a test, and you're here. Based supposedly here. I don't know. Did he fall asleep?
I don't hear snoring.
All right, here we go.
He's not around, so he's not going to help us with the test.
All right, I'll stay mute.
Oh, I just heard him snore.
I heard snoring.
Yeah, he snored, dude.
If you
I'm
had to
gonna-
choose, would you rather have
You're gonna have to cut based off the
Okay.
huge.
I'm gonna have to get rid of the chat and put this full screen in order to read.
Okay.
Well, he'll read it. He'll read it.
You want me to mute based?
Yeah, mute 'em.
I don't know. I think it's kind of an
No,
interesting.
no, leave the snoring. It's cute. Leave the snoring. It's cute. It reminds me of my
That's,
dogs.
yeah,
It's
that's a good
totally.
point.
It's funny.
Hello.
All right, so how do you want to do this?
All right, can you guys read that?
Barely,
you
but I
read
can
it.
read it.
You read
I
it,
can't.
read
Oh,
the
yeah,
answers, and
yeah,
then we'll
no,
we'll
I
commentate.
can read it. Yeah, my first answer is number one: a smaller government providing fewer services.
I bet we all agree with that.
Yeah, definitely,
Smaller government, absolutely.
absolutely. All right, you go to the
Everybody
next. Well,
has the
you got to
same.
pick it. Yeah, we'll raise our hand. Yeah, everybody says the same thing, so pick that one because we'll see
Yeah.
what the average is
Now I
out.
want to see
Smaller
what the vice
government.
says.
All right, next.
Yes.
Which of the following
Supposed to be fun.
statements comes closest to your view? America's openness to people from all over the world is essential to who we are as a nation. If America is too open to people from all over the world, we risk losing our identity as a nation. A or B? We'll say one or two.
One.
Yeah,
I said one.
I'm going number two.
Well, that's my problem. This reminds me of open borders. That's how it comes off. I'm not for
That's
open
just because
borders.
It doesn't say open borders.
Yeah, that's and
Yeah, but-
neither do most of the people that you probably think that are being accused of that. You know,
Well,
most
So we're
most
2 to
most
2
most
right now.
Democrats are not for open borders.
no. And that's what I'm saying. But when I read this question, it seems like it states open borders or against immigration.
But it doesn't say that.
I remember the answer I gave, and it was the second one.
I'll tell you.
Oh,
I'll tell you.
really? Wow.
Would you rather me answer the question and give my reasoning?
No, your reasoning for
I
sure.
want you to give an honest answer and reasoning in addition.
Okay, I am gonna give you number two because basically the only people that want mass immigration are corporations and government. The government want it because it raises their GDP, and the corporation wants it because it lowers wages. And also, the upper class want it because it raises rent prices.
But I think I don't know. I don't look at a question like this as why I should answer because other people think this. You know, I look at that question and I think, what is my true, honest opinion of what they're asking me?
Right.
And I
Okay,
feel like you're
but-
given too much of, well, I'm answering this way because of this, not I feel this way and this is what I feel.
Yeah, but I've seen what's happening in Europe. Basically, no one can afford a house. The only people who can afford a house are the people that already own them. And
I mean, I
guess
see what you're
There's-
saying, but
there's
that's
a
still
lot of
exactly what I
buy-to-let.
just described.
There's
So
a lot
for
of
Kill C.
buy to let.
Answer all these questions for Kill C so that we see what his results are.
So did we get number 2?
Oh, they're
We're
good
good
idea.
here?
Yeah, just what was the first one? Did he,
The
What?
first-
did he not answer that way?
No, he didn't. He answered.
Smaller government, he said.
Yeah, smaller.
Oh
government.
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, he definitely.
So
did that.
answer
Yeah, so pick
two.
this one for.
So pick
'Cause,
two
yeah,
for
well-
this one.
Yeah,
Yeah, number two for this,
This
one.
one?
Yep.
Okay, so next.
this will be great. He could be as far over as he'll go,
Nah,
probably.
Yeah, he'll probably end up in the same pool we're all in.
yeah.
In
No, I don't
general,
think he will. I don't think he
Seriously,
will.
seriously,
Say-
I'm just going to give my honest opinion.
Oh yeah,
All
definitely.
right, go ahead, Mr. Kill. Read that sucker.
In general, would you say experts who study a subject for many years are usually better at making good policy decisions about the subject than other people? Usually worse at making good policy decisions than subject people? Neither better nor worse. That's an interesting one. Making good policy decisions about the subjects than other people.
The first one?
I'm actually going to say number three.
Number 3.
That's what I went with.
Neither better nor worse.
I said the first one.
I'm gonna say if you spend your whole life studying, it means you haven't been in the real world.
All right, so you're gonna go with
Fauci.
number 3. Neither better nor worse.
Yeah, no, basically, what's it? People didn't see the recession coming. A fucking janitor could have seen the fucking recession coming.
Okay.
We all
Neither
see
better nor worse.
it. Come
Answer number 4. Here we go. Mr. Kelsey. Thinking about the increased trade of goods and services between the U.S. and other nations in recent decades, would you say the U.S. has A. gained more than it has become because lost? Just read it yourselves. God damn it.
Gained more than it has lost because increased trade has helped lower prices and increase the competitiveness of some U.S. businesses. Or the other way.
I've already read it. I'm going to tell you now, number 2.
All
Number
right,
2.
I certainly
Lost
said,
more.
I said number 1 for sure.
Yeah, I said number 1. Me last
I
answer.
said number
The
2.
same on everyone.
I'm going to say number 2, and I'll give my reasons.
Yes.
Basically, if you had stuck with American trade, then basically that money would have gone back into the system.
Interesting.
Same thought.
How much, if anything, needs to be done to ensure equal rights for Americans regardless of racial or ethnic backgrounds? A lot, a little, or nothing?
How much more of anything?
Here I said nothing at all. That was my
answer as well.
Oh, I think I said a little. If I have to be honest, I'm
persuade
pretty sure I
his
said a little.
I said nothing at all before I even looked at
Persuade
it.
whose vote? Mr. Kill? You
Yeah.
think anything we say is going to persuade his vote? No, it's not.
He's going to go with a lot now.
You don't know him at all if you think that.
Nothing at all.
Yeah,
Anyways, go ahead.
Actually, sorry, I'm just trying to think of what the fuck it's called. Hang on.
What?
Oh, what'd you do?
All right, relax.
Give me a sec.
What did you do? Oh no!
Go back to the previous question. Here we go.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, so your wife answered a lot.
No, that was me.
No.
You guys, you said a lot?
You said nothing at all, Smokesteve.
Oh yeah, that's right. I said nothing at all.
Okay,
Boom.
I'm actually gonna say a lot needs to be changed because there is not equal opportunity.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't.
There is equal opportunity. I mean, college applications are not equal. Job applications are not equal, and it's consistently going against white men.
Well, that's you said.
I think.
I believe you would go to nothing at all based on that.
Yeah, I think that's.
No,
I read the question.
No, because these policies are in place.
I think it's saying from. I think it's starting at 0 though. Like you're saying, we already do a lot, and I think it's asking, should. You see what I'm saying?
How much? Yeah, no, I see what you mean. How much more, if anything, needs to be done?
I think.
Yeah, nothing at all then. Nothing at all then.
Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you, Aphid.
No, that's all right. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I have a feeling you were thinking of it wrong.
Yeah,
Which of the following statements come closest to your view? Business corporations make too much profit. Most corporations make a fair, reasonable amount of profit. I agreed with the first one.
I was number 2.
I was number 2 as well.
I am actually going to say number 2, but they have way too much power in politics.
What are you guys, fucking crazy? Like, people making money to run a business are at fault? Give me a fucking break. This is America, Last Dance.
I mean, everybody.
Capitalism.
Then you would be for number 2. You said number one.
Yeah, you said number one.
Oh
It's
yeah,
cool.
okay.
It's called capitalism. Basically,
Right, exactly.
what's it? A corporation is allowed to make money, but I do feel they have way too much power in politics.
Yes.
No, I don't agree. I think they can roll just how they like. Make my own money. It's all good.
I think
man.
I think that system favors everybody more in its infancy than it does after it's set in motion and been going for so long, because then it comes down to like who your parents were and everything.
Well, I mean,
that
this
you have-
question. Yeah. Sorry, carry on. Sorry.
No, that's all right. That was
Yeah.
basically it.
Basically, I mean, this question rolls back in with, I think it was question 2 about migration. Corporations have way too much power in politics. If they didn't have that power in politics, corporations wouldn't be making so much
No.
money because the wages wouldn't be so fucking low.
This is really a question
my
about
God,
taxes.
I'm so sorry about swearing.
Yeah, it's about
It's
tax.
okay. Swear it away, man. It's fine.
Don't be so fucking improper, dude.
Fuck. I hate when people do that.
He
Question
does
6
kind of look
of
like a freak,
16.
though.
Which of the following statements come closest to your view?
Number 2.
Number 2.
Yeah, you did. We just did this one too.
Okie dokie.
Well, you didn't do it. You didn't click it.
on it.
Go back.
Oh.
Question 7.
Over again?
No, go back. Go back
No,
first.
no.
You didn't click it.
Jesus. I lost
This is the best part of the show. 3 hours.
Yeah, he did that like dark liquid in a bottle, whatever
Right.
that was. He shouldn't have done.
It's that rum.
Oh, God. Well, here we go. Answer this bad boy.
Oh.
So I just need to clean the glasses a little.
How much? Let's go. Aphid, read this sucker off while I'm fixing my stupid.
Last Dance can
microphone
read
thing.
because he read it most clearly and to the point.
All right. How much, if at all, would it bother you to regularly hear people speak a language other than English in public places in your community?
A lot. Same
I
answer.
can't remember what I said. I think I said not much.
I think I said not much as well.
I said not at all.
I said a lot.
Now, I'd like to
Because
say not at all.
if I walked around and everybody was speaking a different language, I would probably be like, "What the fuck?" You know. So I
Yeah,
would have
that's
to
a
go
lot.
to not much.
Come on, protest, buddy. Let's
No.
go.
Working trades.
I'm saying everybody. Like I didn't hear an English word the entire day. Then I would be like, "What the fuck is going on?" But
not at
besides
all.
that, I could care less. Why do I care?
Couldn't care
in trades,
less.
it can be difficult,
I
but
could
other
care
than that,
less.
I could care less.
I mean,
Couldn't
I'd like
care
to say,
less.
if I wanted to be a liberal that I think I should be, I would say not at all. But if I'm honest, I would say not much, because in other words, it bothers me a little bit.
Right. I think that's exactly how I thought when I answered this.
Yeah, I mean, these guys walking around talking and like,
Why is it?
we're
bother-
in. Does it bother me?
Yeah, why?
Like every
Well,
time you
'cause
hear
I don't know
somebody
what they're
speaking-
saying. That's
Exactly,
Why do you care what other people think, though?
because it's a
Why. Well,
community.
they're
and you
talking
wanna-
about me, man.
Okay, I
What
wasn't.
the fuck?
I did not have Smokesteve paranoia on my bingo card.
They might be.
Well, I know
mean,
you
know.
work in the trades, and you probably get a lot of Spanish talking around you, right?
Yeah, I know enough. I mean,
Yeah.
I can.
You know when they say, "Oh, the goddamn gringo Smokesteve," blah, 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 blah.
So, Mr. Kelsey, how do you feel about that?
Somewhat.
I'm gonna say some.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Number
I'm gonna
2.
say some. I mean, what's it? I grew up in. I don't live there anymore, but I grew up in southeast London, and you get tourists, you get foreign exchange students. That was me growing up. But me now, it's just kind of. It just seems like everyday nature, and it don't bother me that much because they're actually, if you speak to them, they speak to you back in English, and it's
Okay.
fine.
All right, Smoke Steve, do not answer any more questions. Just
Yes.
don't
Click
answer
on
anymore.
click on some, and then go to the next question.
Okay, next question.
No. Click on some.
Where's some?
It's second from the top.
It's the one that's
There it
spelled
is.
SONE.
right.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
give
Now
me a
you.
sec, guys. I'm just going to grab another beer.
Okay.
Well, hurry up because this is your quiz.
Smokey. Oh, you can answer this probably. Oh, he fell
On
again.
a scale of 1 to 100.
Now this is probably a little bit
Zero.
tough for a Brit.
Oh,
Where?
2020.
Oh,
So maybe he should just think of it as, how do you feel toward Labor, and how do you feel toward the Conservative Party?
yeah, Libs and Dem. Libs and Republic. Yeah,
Right.
They have three parties there that are powerful. So I don't know.
Well, it would be liberals and conservatives. Really.
I remember how I answered this one.
What'd you say?
I gave
I
them
did
both low scores.
Yeah, so did I. I did 40 and 40. I was just below 50.
I think I did 20 for the Dems and 30 towards the Republicans.
Wow.
I wanted to have an average, and I think a lot of people, most common people are one or the other, and most common people don't have much of opinion. You know, they don't really care. So
Yeah,
that's
good
why
point.
I went a little bit below average.
You really analyzed it.
Well, I tried to answer the best way I could to each question.
I like
So how would you answer that, Mr. Kilsey, on scale of 0 to 100? 100 being you would give your life if a Democrat merely asked you, and 0
Okay.
being if a Democrat was dying of thirst, you wouldn't give him a drop of water.
Okay, I mean, are we talking about the current
Yes.
Yes,
people
yes, yes.
sitting?
Totally current.
And you could vote 0 for both. You don't
Yeah.
have to really prefer one over the other.
To be honest, carry on, Smoke.
No. We want to know what you want.
Say your perception of either how you see it. Don't have to take America or anything into it.
Okay. The way I'm going to look at it is, for the Democrats, I'm going to give a 20 because there are some good Democrats, but the rest of them, they're all fucking. Sorry, I'm swearing. They are all socialist, communist, globalists, and they just need to go. So a 20 on the Democrats. For the Republicans, I think I'm going to give a 60 because there are a lot more good Republicans than there are bad ones. I mean, the rhinos that are in there, I mean, I don't know why they keep them around. I mean, I know why they
Those are
keep
good
them
ones.
around.
Right.
I know, no, they're not all good. They are not all good. I know why they keep them around because it keeps the numbers up. You need the seats. Basically, without them, you haven't got the seats. You haven't got the majority. Even though they vote against everything that is Republican, you need the majority.
All right, so we got 20
20
for
and
the
60.
top and 60 for the Republicans.
Click on it, Smokesteve. You gotta do it.
Yes.
20
I'm
for the
clicking.
top one. Go. No, don't click next. Go up. No. There.
Don't-
You already did.
Too
You
late.
already did. Oh, you already did.
No, you can go back, but
Go back. Hit the back button.
I can't. It's
it's go back to previous question is a link
Oh, yeah.
below the next.
all right. Here
Okay.
we are.
Click on Democrats 20.
I keep moving my mouse and trying to click on it.
There.
There we go.
There. Click that,
He did.
and then 60 for Republicans.
All right.
So close. So close to that line.
Right on the edge.
You
Well,
shouldn't
I
be driving.
clicked the motherfucker, didn't I?
You shouldn't
Yeah.
be driving. That's for sure.
Oh, but that's the funniest part of this whole
Is
thing.
that it?
That's
Okay.
it.
Good.
Next.
So, I mean, I lean Republican because basically, over here it's called conservative, and I believe in conservative values. Basically, you either improve or you keep it as it is, and then you pass it on to your children, and then they do the same.
All right. Now this is not going to be a good question
Yeah,
for
Well, he's
Mr.
gonna have to
Kilsey
scroll up
one.
because we can't see the question. Scroll up, Smokesteve.
I've already read the question, and it's the centre one. The US is one of the greatest countries in the world, along with some others.
Okay.
I have to admit
Basically,
that
there are
I answered
there,
the first one.
no, there are
Yeah.
some great countries out there. You got Poland and Hungary. They stand up against the EU every freaking day, and they keep getting threatened.
All right, what do I do?
Sanctions.
Click on the middle one.
All right,
Middle one.
clicking
There you go. Next.
Yeah.
And the US does have its problems as well. Okay, well, we're here now.
Major problem.
Whoa.
So this is a question if you believe people are too easily offended and
Yeah.
people say offensive things, whether that's
People
a big
being too easily offended.
This has always been going on in America.
this
I
would be
mean,
called snowflakery.
Don't you guys agree? Major problem.
It's always been a big problem in America. I mean, Aerosmith actually brought a song out about it. It's Living on the Edge.
Yeah.
Basically, Americans are always living on the edge. Come on, oh, something's going to happen.
So
As soon as
major.
something-
Okay, major done.
What
Let me just read it fully first. How much of a problem, if any, would you say? People being too easily offended by things I would say. To be honest, they look for offence. So yeah, major problem.
All right, good. We got that.
People
People.
saying things
Go ahead.
that very offensive to others. I'm actually.
So basically, do you think that people in America are too offensive and they say too many offensive things? Is that
I think it's a minor problem. I'm gonna say minor.
I'm actually
I know, it's not up to you, though.
I'm actually going to say not a problem.
Yep.
it's
Okay,
Mr.
not
Kill-
a problem.
No, not a problem. That's a minor problem,
Yeah,
not
click,
a problem.
Click not a problem. You click.
Okay. I said major and minor.
That's exactly what I said too.
I said
But
major.
I'm
Answer
sorry,
that.
All right. So major and minor from you two.
No.
Me is I'm minor, and then you have these other two guys saying.
Yeah,
But
but
we're-
we're talking
I know,
about
but we're
me.
doing this.
We're
for
doing this as if
Kelsey.
it's Kelsey's.
So we can
So
see his
what
score.
was Kelsey's answer?
Not a
No
problem.
problem. No
The
problem.
We
bottom
already
one.
know what we all came out to. We all came out to the same.
All right.
Well, although Apple
basically, you can call someone a
shouldn't
man,
have came
and
out to the
basically
same.
that's a problem. Apparently, no,
He's
not
lying.
in my opinion. That's not a
Well,
problem.
that's what I'm saying. There was only one question that me and Mr. Kelsey didn't agree with so far.
I know, because Topple, you were lying. You're lying now.
Oh, yeah. Well, I also didn't say for Republican. I said 20.
Which?
Okay.
So
So which is the closest to your view of candidates for political office, even if neither is exactly right? I usually feel like there is at least one candidate who shares most of my views, or none of the candidates represent my views well.
Obviously, for me,
Oh.
it's the bottom one.
That was mine.
That was mine too.
Yeah, this is really interesting because if it was England, it would be the bottom one, but in America, it will be the top one.
Okay.
All right, click it. Well, I will say on this one, I'm not sure how this would sway how your political beliefs are on that scale that it does at the end. It doesn't make sense to me.
All
Yeah,
right,
not sure what-
Killer. Go ahead. Give a sell.
This will be pretty easy.
In general, how much do white people benefit from advantages in society that black people do not? You say this is an interesting one because
Not for me.
white people and Asian people and just about any other ethnicity benefits from culture and morals, whereas black people have been led down a black path. So I'm going to have to say not at all, because it's their own choice that they do not raise themselves out of their pit of destruction.
All right.
Oh, wait, I want to hear everybody
else.
else's. I want to have everybody else's.
Yeah,
Smokesteve,
I
what were you thinking on that one?
I didn't have any thoughts.
You don't remember. It's
You don't
your
have any
problem.
thoughts now.
Topo, what about you?
Number three, not too
it's
much.
not about that I don't remember. It's just that subject matter I will leave.
All right.
I'm also going to add that they get every advantage over white people as well when it comes to universities, when it comes to colleges. It's them that won't pick themselves up.
Yeah, that subject matter I am not comfortable.
I was the second
Talking
from the
about.
top. Not it wasn't like a huge amount, but it was definitely they
Not
did.
too much.
And I
No,
said,
that
I
was-
said not at all.
All right.
I think they do because in generation to generation, statistically, you have an 80% chance of being in the same group that your parents are in. So when you start out at the bottom and then the white people start out at the top, statistically, they haven't had enough time to,
But
for us to come down and them to come up.
Okay.
For them
Families
to have the same. They don't have the same. They don't have the same benefits that we do because mostly like their house, their parents' house. A lot of us, we build up debt and we pay it off when our parents die. They don't have that advantage.
Have you never heard of Black Wall Street? Why can't they build that again?
I guess none of us have heard of it.
You've never heard of Black Wall Street? The Democrats killed Black Wall Street. It was. What's it? They were doing fantastic. The Democrats destroyed it.
Yep. Tulsa, Oklahoma.
I mean, I've never gotten anything that benefits for being white. And my family, my grandparents, none of them were born in this country. So I don't know. I didn't have any, I didn't benefit from slavery. And,
Yep.
I certainly did benefit from having a stable family. That's true. But that isn't based on being white.
But did your family choose to move here and start living, or were they forced to live here and forced
It was
into
a
slavery
little
to do
of
something
both.
for somebody else?
Who's forced to live here?
I mean, things weren't looking good in the.
Pretty much every black, background was forced to. Yeah, well, they were. They're,
When? No.
that's what I was saying. Generations passed.
Yeah, but generations can grow after the civil rights, right?
Well, and maybe several more generations than this argument would be moot. But for now, we're close enough that they, and not even that it's the areas that they live in. If they have a light that shines on their license plate that's burnt out, they have a 80% more chance of getting pulled over because of it.
Or
and
is
they
it
have
more
a
that's
$300 fine they have to pay, and $500 court costs, and $700 to tow their car out.
That's all a myth.
That is. Why are you kidding me? Seriously, you really think that's a myth?
Yeah.
Yes.
You think it's a myth that they don't, where they live, that they don't have a better chance of facing those fees than we do? Like, really?
Yeah, it's a total
You
myth,
really don't.
dude. I don't really know what you're saying.
I'm saying that if you live in an area that is mostly black, like especially here in St. Louis,
I do.
Yes.
then there's basically 80% of their income comes from pulling people over and doing these fines, and then after that they can't afford it, so they
you
go
mean
to
the cops?
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have that out here.
Well, that's because
We don't have a cop every mile that's sitting on a street, waiting for us to go 2 miles over the speed limit to pull us over to give us a
Oh,
ticket.
come on. Who are you advocating for, dude? These people are breaking the law.
Well, no. What he's saying is their profile, and because when they profile, they'll pull them over for a broken light to a license plate, just to pull them over.
Yeah, not even just that. I mean, there's multiple occasions. They weren't even allowed to buy. In the 70s, they weren't even allowed to get a loan to buy houses out where we moved, and the property values here, if they would sell them, kept their property value or increased by, tenfolds where they live, they stayed the same.
Why?
Because
Why
they
don't
were only
understand.
allowed to buy a house there.
Well, that was the 1970s. You just said.
Yeah, well, and I also just said that 80% you have an 80% chance of being in the same income bracket, or that your parents do, no matter what race you are. So if you start out with a millionaire, you have an 80% chance of being a millionaire yourself. And if you start out at where your parents make $30,000 between the two of them, you have an 80% chance of staying within that bracket.
So what does that
It,
matter?
well, because if you are only allowed to buy a house where a house doesn't increase in value, then when you go to sell it, or when you die and you inherit that from your parents, and they were only allowed to live in an area where their houses didn't increase, and they acquired debt, especially on top of what I'm talking about, back to the unfairly being pulled over and having court fees and everything else.
Yes.
Then your chance we have a much better chance just because we're white of beating those odds.
Well, I don't see it. I only see that people who don't have money buy crappy houses, and then people who do have money buy nice houses. I don't see.
It's a fair point, I think.
It's a fair point, yeah, but
I do think that has to have an expiration date, and I will only concede if there is an expiration date. Otherwise, it will be used as an excuse forever.
I mean, that's a perfect world scenario, though. I mean, it's not a perfect world.
Okay, go back to Black Wall Street.
All right, so but that's Mr. Kilsey's answer. Would be not.
Everything was going really, really well for them, but the Democrats destroyed it.
Who's the father?
Oh, Based woke back up.
Based.
Nope, he's back out. He was talking. That's why I thought you should mute him, because what if he has some dream that he starts talking about that?
Then that's gold, Jerry. Gold.
That's not proper for us to be hearing.
Gold.
All right, bring the quiz back up. Let's do this. Let's finish this out.
All right,
I don't think that Smokesteve is physically in a place where he can bring back a
I can bring back
window that he probably closed and lost all the answers to.
I can do anything.
He's probably going to reboot
I
accidentally
remember
in a
all
minute.
the answers anyway.
All right, question 1.
All right, you want to do the quiz more?
Yeah, we're almost done.
Well, let's finish this out. 3 more questions.
I need to see it. Oh, there we go.
So did you answer the previous question? Not at all.
No, he already answered that.
Okay.
On this one.
Okay.
Do you think? Right.
Do you think greater social acceptance of people who are transgender is, and then you have 5 choices: very good for society, somewhat good, neither good nor bad, somewhat bad, or very bad for society?
Okay, this is a trick question.
No trick questions.
No, this is a trick question.
They're not meant to be trick questions.
This one is because you can identify as transgender, or you can actually be transgender.
But this one asks, do you think... Boy, is that...
Who is that? I'm going to mute myself soon.
Oh, it's Smokesteve because he walked away.
It's me.
Oh, mute him. You got that power?
Actually, for some reason, I don't.
The problem we've got is you've got actual transgenders who stands against the
There we go.
TRA.
Figured it out.
So you've got the actual transgenders, the real transgenders who stand against the TRA.
This doesn't distinguish between them.
Then you've got a whole bunch of perverts that just want to go in women's bathrooms and go in women's spaces.
All of the above.
If
lump them all together.
If I've got to lump them all together, then I'm going to have to say somewhat bad for society, because the real ones, the good ones, I suppose.
No, somewhat bad. Don't hit next. He said somewhat bad.
You can always go back.
Yeah, but that's asking way too much. Oh, he just going.
You put the wrong one.
He's just like, I can't wait to get to
I
the
did
end.
somewhat bad. I did somewhat bad.
No, he says all bad.
No, he said somewhat bad.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
he
did.
No, I clicked on somewhat bad. It was
He
good.
did it. He did it. Overall, would you say people who are convicted of crimes in this country serve too little time?
Now, this is our country.
Yeah, our country.
Yeah, no, we're talking about your country. Yeah,
I
no.
said too little on this one.
I said too much.
Too little.
I said about the right.
You guys are fucking crazy. Lock them up.
Fucking Goldilocks. Aphid lip.
About right amount. I mean, I don't care. I don't like.
Ooh, this porridge is too hot. This porridge is too cold. This one is just right. That's aphid lip.
Yep.
You see, I mean, this is a difficult one because there are some prisoners that get too much time, and there are some prisoners that don't get enough. In my opinion, you need a better parole system.
Well, you have to pick. You're being forced to pick the general case, the average case.
I honestly think that the people that stand in parole situations, I think they should be elected.
That's not an answer though.
Yeah, no, that's why it's difficult to answer this one.
Sounds like you agree with me.
Yeah.
About the right amount of time.
Yeah, but I don't, because I mean, if you've got a non-violent crime, I mean, you've got non-violent crime people in prison that have been in there for a fucking long time, and we're talking like drug use or some shit like that.
Well, they're losers.
Well, my question.
They may be losers, but should they be in prison?
You got to average it all out.
Anyone?
You got to average it all out. Those and the murderers and the people that did non-violent all have to be lumped together. And on average,
give me an answer.
You think it's too much, too little, or about the right amount?
Mine's based on Philadelphia. That's why. So too little. Too little.
I told you I'll give you my thinking at the same time as picking my answers.
I got it's fine.
That's awesome.
But you do need to give us an answer.
Yep.
My finger is hovering.
Yeah, no, I'm really trying to pick the one that I feel the most comfortable in my heart that I believe. I'm going to say too much time.
Yeah!
Oh my God.
That's going to ruin the score.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking at.
Which of the following statements come closest to your view? Religion should not be kept separate from government policies, or government policies should support religious values and beliefs. I definitely picked the first one on this.
Religion should be kept separate from government policies.
Yeah.
Correct.
I picked that. Yep.
Government policy.
All day long.
Mr. Kill?
Mr. Kill.
Should be kept separate.
Mr. Kill, he's struggling. He's sweating. Look at the beads of sweat on his forehead.
No, I'm actually kind of like thinking, religion is a good thing because it stops people from making bad policies.
Well, you
could argue the exact opposite of that.
You could argue the exact opposite.
But this is your quiz.
If you go, out to Asia, religion is government policy, and it's not a very nice place for women or gays. So
Asia, is a huge continent.
I'm going to go with number one.
Well, I hope I didn't influence your answer to that.
No, I gave my reason. My reason.
Okay.
He's going to be in the 12% when we're done here.
Last question. In the future, do you think United States policies should try to keep it so America is the only military superpower, Or it would be acceptable if any other country became a military as powerful as the United States. Became a militarily powerful
Ooh.
as the United States.
Now
You
I
see,
know
thi-
David Lip and I differed on this one.
Yeah,
This-
and I struggle with my answer on this one because it's not exactly the opposite of the second one.
No, a lot of these are like that. It's not
Yes.
exactly a fit.
see,
You got to
this is-
pick the best fit. So
this
I
is-
said number 2 for sure.
Yeah, you go.
Right.
You go. I'm
I-
actually going to say this is a difficult one because basically, if you get someone like Biden, who's a globalist puppet, in power, is it really a good idea that he is in power? I mean, Aphid would say, is it a good idea that Trump is in power?
Yeah, I was thinking the same
Aphid-
thing. I was thinking the
Aphid-
same thing.
But Aphid doesn't realise that basically, what's it? Trump walked over to North Korea, walked over the line and shook hands with Kim Jong-un, and it didn't take a single fucking missile.
Well, so you got, but here's how it is here. You got about half the time there's a Republican and half the time there's a Democrat.
That's
in
right.
power.
That's right. That's right.
Last Dance, what did you think about that when Trump did that?
That's fine. I like that.
Ballsy?
Diplomatic.
No, it's sensible.
I
As
mean,
long as you
can-
don't oversell it as being, we're going to make peace.
Did
But-
Trump
You can-
oversell it?
He always oversells it.
Like, show him how cool
So
your
you
car
do
is.
admit he did oversell it when he did that.
Well, how
I
many
mean,
missiles were shot afterwards?
you can actually find pictures of Obama. His policy with North Korea was looking through binoculars. Trump actually walked over the line.
Well, so you got to decide. Is it going to be?
Okay, I'm gonna say number one.
Another one we agree on.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It's
All
so
right,
funny because
don't hit
he-
submit yet.
he
Where do you
doesn't-
think-
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
That's okay,
Yeah, no,
that's okay.
Yeah, no, don't submit yet because I think
Is it
you missed
committed-
there
answering
you
one
go.
or two questions. I think
That's
you
about
missed-
where I. That's
That's
about
where we
where I-
guessed you. Yeah, committed
Yeah.
conservative.
Yeah.
Committed conservative is where you came up, Mr. Kill,
That's,
which is above
The-
faith and flag but below populist right. Mr. Kill, I came up here as ambivalent right as well as aphid lip. And Last Dance,
south.
what did you come up with?
Ambivalent, right?
yeah, we all did.
All right. Jesus, listen to him cutting wood over there.
I know.
That's great.
Relax, man.
It's actually very relaxing.
Oh, you would sleep good with me then.
I think I'm going to record this and make it my white noise in the evening.
Well, he's got that big
My
schnoz
prob-
on there. so
My problem,
he's
yeah, exactly.
really-
That thing. Can you imagine all the dust from the room sucking in that
Oh my
thing
God.
and then shooting back
Fucking
out?
Huge.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm just catching up on chat now.
That question though, like I don't care if there's other superpowers, and it didn't give that option. It was like we're the only one, and I want
But
us to be the most powerful. But I
would
don't
you
care if
want-
there's other
would
ones
you-
that are as close to powerful too, as long as they're our friends.
Would you want China to be a superpower?
Would I want them?
That's how I looked at it.
Would I want them? No. But do I live in a world where I can't throw stones and accept somebody for being that way? China, I think that people, if they beat us, they beat us. You know what I'm saying? And I can't just say they can't be allowed to beat us. So
Right, and I'm not saying we should disarm. I'm just saying we don't have to spend what it takes to be number one.
Mhm.
I mean, China is kind of not a very cool country.
I wouldn't want them to be
It's not very good on its citizens.
That's true.
It's interesting. I mean, it looks like it would be a cool place to visit, but if you do anything it seems like they're gonna get your ass. You know,
There's no freedom to speak out.
Exactly.
Your social credit scores ends with organ donor.
This is very weird because I think me and Mr. Kelsey answered 2 questions different. Other than the Republican, you put 60, I put 20. I don't know how that bumps you up 2 spaces up.
I mean, we don't know how it makes the score. That could be the most important
Yeah.
contributor for all we know.
Could be, but I hate to do this to you, Topple, but I'm just guessing behind closed doors you answered those questions differently than you acted like you did tonight when we were asking.
No. I really did answer them the same way, and then I try to cheat, and I can make myself fully left or
Right.
Yeah.
Now, in case you're not getting it, Aphid Lip called you a liar.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm more centered than anyone else here. Just know that.
What'd you say, Mr. Kill?
Okay, do not smash the phone this time. There we go.
Don't fall. Don't fall.
boy, he's got quite a nice light display there.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got the Aurora.
It looks
Borealis.
Yeah.
With his head in the foreground, it looks kind of cool. It's like he's got like a halo or something, you know.
Mr. Kill, is that the actual background or is that fake?
Is it fake?
It's
What do you
fake,
mean? Is it
right?
fake? How would that be fake? Like
Is there a light in his house, or is this a background?
Yeah, of course there is.
Oh yeah.
Well, it could be like totally virtual.
Yeah, but I think it looks too. It looks too good to be fake. That the backgrounds that StreamYard has are not that great.
I don't mean this in any disrespect whatsoever. But if there was gonna be like a fancy lighted background like that, why would there be a bookcase sitting right next to the I'm not saying nothing wrong with the bookcase. I'm just saying.
If I move my head,
Oh,
you'll
you're
see,
so
you'll see the
mean.
shadow.
I know.
Gosh, Aphid
Doesn't want
is
to
mean.
so
Mean
much
character.
TW compared to you with electric.
Yeah, I'm not saying it looks. I like the way it looks. I'm just saying if there was like some crazy starry background you would choose from, it wouldn't just have a bookcase standing right next to it.
The bookcase is actually pretty cool. It's
Yeah, I like the bookcase.
It's full
The
of,
bookcase
it's
is
full
great.
of stuff. It's full of stuff. I've got like Halo stuff. I've got Grogu's and.
Hey,
stuff
did you say
like that.
Halo? Did you say Halo? Like the game?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet! I didn't know you were into like old.
Oh my god! When I first got an Xbox, it was an Xbox 360. The only thing I bought with it was Halo 3, and literally that's all I played for almost 3 years.
Nice.
Oh, it's not a gay Indian.
What?
One of those pride icons that look like it might be like a headdress for an Indian with an Indian head.
It's not.
No,
it's banning pride at us.
It's a hand holding a fan.
It is. I put my glasses on.
I said, are you fanning pride at us?
It's Pride Month.
We're not going to have these icons at the end of the month, so use them or lose them.
It's not Pride Month. It's Patriotism Month. USA.
Pride.
Whatever month you want.
See, Topple's proud.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, Base Wealthman's proud.
It sounds like it.
He's dreaming of pride events.
But those questions, there's so much missing from it, though. Like we said before, like if you put gun questions in there, that would push people in different positions too.
That's a good point.
I agree.
That would be a good discriminator.
And I think
people are so ill-informed about firearms that
totally
you can't even add them into questions like that because people are far more informed about politics.
And I looked at the religion and policies more on that was basing you on abortion, how you felt about abortion. But I didn't read it as that, but I was thinking that's why they worded that question that way.
Mm.
It's a fun quiz.
So yeah, speaking of the quiz, before we get to, I wrote down a bunch of stuff through the week, and I haven't even brought any of it up. But since we talked about the quiz, I got another poll for the
Yes.
4 of you, because Base ain't gonna answer. Do you, when you drive, if you do you keep your car like full, or do you keep it on empty?
Full.
Or when you when you get more gas, like, do you wait till it's like empty, or do you like wait till it's like a quarter of a tank?
I'll go first. I drive it down to near empty.
Yeah, man, we are. I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, you're a brother from my family. I don't know.
Have you? Okay. On that note, have you ever coasted into a gas station?
It would have been my greatest pride if I had. It was something I always wanted to do, but
Twice I've coasted in.
Oh man, you are my hero.
Thanks.
I don't have the courage, but I've come so close.
I fill up after I hit a half tank of gas.
Oh my god!
I travel far though too, so I never know and get stuck.
What if the gas prices go down the next day?
Exactly.
I don't look at it that way. Plus, when you go on empty,
Exactly.
it's your fuel pump and filter. So I don't let it go below half.
Well, that's why I don't do it anymore. But when I had my Mazda 323, I often ran it down to fumes, but I never coasted in. That would have been the ultimate.
What, Mr. Kilsey? What do you do?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, what's it? Driving is my living, so half is empty to me.
Halfway, and you're filled up.
Yep, yeah, no, I will not let my car go halfway down. I'll just go I'll buy 10, 20 pounds.
That would stress me out.
No. Well, half is like a reserve. Like,
I get over half, and my truck is like bogging down. Like, what? I ain't never had to have this back there.
Yeah,
before.
no. Basically, if anything happens, basically, I've still got half a tank of petrol. I can still go to work. That's the way I look at it.
I kept doing that with my Prius to see what the most miles I could get out of a tank, right. And I got it up to 600 miles on one tank once.
No kidding, huh?
No.
Damn.
Now, Last Dance, do you fill up, or do you just put like some gas in?
Fill up every time.
Oh, I don't fill up. I don't fill up.
God.
Yeah. But I think about the same thing you do, man. What if when the gas prices are high, I'm thinking, what am I doing buying a lot of gas now? Because tomorrow they could go down and I'll feel like an idiot. It's just like throwing money away. Mm-hmm. And it is like it because there's gas stations everywhere.
But then when it goes down, it's not like I'm filling up then either.
No, you know? that's true. No, I would
still get the same amount.
Because you think it's going to go lower.
The funny thing is my truck, for some reason, the tank thing or the filler gauge thing's all messed up now, and
really?
Yeah, so I have to use my trip thing, and I set my trip, and then I know I got so many miles before I need to put some gas in, and sometimes I go past that point, and I'm like living on the edge. I'm like got the biggest grin on my face because I'm like 10 miles past where it should be bone dry in there.
Well, how about this? You're on highways all the time that are prone to.
Well, when I try to gauge that because in suburbs the gas is cheaper than it is in the city. So there's been several times actually when I was in the city and my wife was with me. This wasn't that long ago, and I was like, "Screw it, man! I'm only gonna get like $15 worth because it's so much cheaper back in the suburbs." And then I got in the suburbs and had to deliver something back out to the city and hit empty again. And I was like, damn, I got to fill up with more of that expensive gas. The same day.
The same day. So you notice then that it's essentially the same price.
Well, it would have been if I would have just filled up when I got back in town. But like I didn't have enough time. It was like somebody was like, you got to be here by this time or I'm gonna
But
be
how much
mad.
money are you saving? Because if your fuel
No,
pump
I'm
takes,
probably not saving no money. I'm probably not saving nothing.
A
well, that's what
buck,
I'm saying. A fuel pump, if you have to put one in,
$5.
costs.
Well, my truck only gets 13 miles a gallon, so every damn mile counts.
Wow.
Mm.
And I gotta drive a
And your
lot, you know,
truck.
because I don't charge for deliveries usually. I just
Why?
deliver. I don't know. I don't know if other companies do, and I don't know. I just feel like it'd be petty for me to add on, you know, money for delivery. You know, I'm friends with all my customers,
Yeah, 20
which is
bucks.
which
Throw it
is
on there.
it's a blessing and a curse. I've had the same customers for so many years, but you know, I probably don't charge them enough because they're my friend.
Oh, that's terrible. You don't want to be friends. You want them to be enemies.
But they, you know, if I treated them poorly, they wouldn't come back for so long.
No,
You know?
I know. Of course not. You have to treat
More
your
questions?
customers. Well, I have a topic I wanted to mention.
Oh, bring
Yes,
it on.
yes.
I don't know if you're aware, but there's been significant evidence that COVID patient number 0, in other words, the first person with COVID, and possibly the first 3, were scientists at the Wuhan Virology Lab.
Mm.
It's recent. This is just recent. So this is a very strong evidence for the lab leak theory.
Careful, careful, otherwise WHO will come on after you.
Yeah. And YouTube, I think they don't ban you for saying that anymore. But
Yeah, let's go, Last Dance. Bring it up.
that's it. That's the we can go back to aphid lips list.
I felt like that from the beginning. I remember Hayden was the first one that brought, because I didn't know anything about it until Hayden brought it up. It was on one of his shows,
Uh-huh.
and I was like, man, that's like totally plausible. That makes perfect sense. That's what happened, you know.
And that was a few years ago.
Yeah, well, it was right at the beginning, because Hayden was doing a show like every night because he was like, we're all locked in. What else are we gonna do?
Exactly.
But you would get censored if you said that on platforms.
I don't think he got censored.
Hey, you did. You got banned for saying that it came from a lab.
Oh yeah, you got banned.
Oh yeah,
Really? From what?
YouTube.
Well, he didn't get banned from YouTube. Did he?
Twitter, everywhere.
Oh,
Yes.
YouTube, Twitter would. I mean, this was early when when people like 2020 through 2022, let's say,
Right.
early 2022.
You guys want to keep this thing going? I gotta run upstairs and
What? Go to sleep?
no, I'll be back. Like I'm getting a little wasted, so yeah, I might be bouncing around and.
Well, I think I'd like to keep going. How about you guys?
I'm good.
Sure, I got a
I'm gonna be around for
couple more
next
things on my list.
All right.
week. Yeah, I'm not gonna be around for the next couple weeks. So.
Oh, what are you doing? What's going on?
Grad parties.
All right,
You just
I'll
got
be
one
back
kid.
shortly.
Well, no, he didn't even graduate. It's all his friends.
Oh,
Yeah,
like kids he grew up with or something, and they're all graduating.
all his friends.
Yeah, but why can't you be here?
Because we know the parents.
Oh,
Yep. So that's $100 there, $100 there.
what do you got to pay $100 for to go to somebody else's party?
Because that's the right thing to do.
You offer it. You don't. They're not charging.
Oh, like give the kid like some money is what you're saying.
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
It's not. There's not a cover charge to go in.
Yeah. I was like, is he like getting a nice bottle of whiskey to bring over there
No,
to the
the
family to
kid-
drink or something? I don't know. Like 7-layer dip, I know don't cost that much.
Your dips might be worth that much.
So that's what's going on. I see, man. When the mute Smokesteve bass comes in like a freight train, don't he?
Hey, it's like a metronome. We got a beat.
Okay, I was curious if you guys like on YouTube, because everybody watches YouTube, I assume.
Yeah.
If your ads are not always, but if there's like Spanish speaking, if any of the, or if that's me, like for some reason, like I search something that they think that I'm a Spaniard.
None of my ads are Spanish speaking.
Really?
I don't have a search history that suggests that.
I wonder why. That's
Well, how
interesting.
often do you search for
Hispanic
Nothing.
Spanish prostitutes?
Nothing. Nothing.
Hispanic.
Nothing. That's why it's,
Spanish midget
that's
women
why I want-
porn.
that's why I wanted to bring it up. That's why I was curious. And I think I brought this up before, but are you guys in your areas? And I know Mr. Kelsey will be out in the dark on this one, but the car washes, are they popping up everywhere around where you guys live?
I
Yeah,
haven't
those
noticed.
those are called money launderers.
Well, I've heard that theory. I've heard
Breaking
several
Bad.
theories on what's going on with this. That is
mean-
one of the theories I heard.
That's the Breaking Bad
Breaking
model.
Bad.
That's the firemen, because we just recently had to get re-inspected for fire code or whatever from the city.
Fire marshal.
Yeah,
And
we
he
also.
came-
I'm sorry, I was going to say we also have hairdressers or barbers,
Yeah.
and you got money. You got money. What's it? Car cleaners, hairdressers, and candy stores. Those are the
Candy
ones that
stores.
are popping up. Yeah, no, they'll come to you. Basically, boiled candies being sold. Nothing's being sold because basically these people are just taking in money on fake receipts. That's it.
Huh.
I mean, there was a gas station that was open for 20 years, right outside the racetrack, where gambling does, and their gas was always like almost 80% more than anybody else's. So of course the guy had no business, but yet they were open for 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
So everybody thought they must be laundering money
Yeah,
somehow.
no, they don't want your business.
No,
All
they
they want is kind of like, yeah, this business, yeah, we're making money. Honestly, we're making money. Just fuck off. Okay, yeah, we didn't have any customers yesterday, but we still made $100,000.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. Okay.
So,
Oh,
Basically,
I'll mute him. That's all I'm
Britain-
going to do.
Britain is literally one of the money laundering capitals of Europe.
Huh.
So, I mean, Oxford Street is just full of candy stores now. Strood, where I live, it's full of fucking barbers. They've ran out of space to put fucking car cleaning bloody services. They ran out of space for that. So they're just taking over the stores. I mean, I think that the now, servicing women's nows. I mean, I think they started off legit with using trafficked women, but I think they're catching on, but they aren't catching on quick enough because they ain't jumping up as quick as possible.
Well, Aphid, here's the test. Do these car wash places look busy?
Well, that's what I thought. I didn't see the ones that were already in existence busy. So it didn't make sense for them to. I mean, they're literally popping up like within eyesight of the next one. And they're tearing down buildings to build up these car washes. So it doesn't make any sense. And then today I also heard, this is the new one because the topic came up amongst our a family member came in from town. The whole family went out to meet him for breakfast, and that they're easily converted to electric charging stations for electric cars in the future.
Really?
So that was a new theory that I had never heard.
Because they have bays or something?
I don't know. It didn't. I guess so. It doesn't make sense to me. The vacuum bays I know are kind of similar.
Yeah, all right.
And then the other theory I heard was that something about Wall Street investors. It's like a new junk bond type thing.
That's bullshit.
Okay, way. That's bullshit. So it was like a
both of those are bullshit.
And so you think the money laundering is the only one that you agree with?
So that's the best explanation compared to those two.
All over the place? I mean, there's that much money laundering going on?
I wouldn't think so, but I can't give a better explanation.
And they got kids like standing out there in the, waiting for the next car to come in. They fill them up with little kids, that 16-year-old, 17-year-old kids that work there, because these are drive-through bays. It's not like
Maybe
a
maybe they're
garage
all
door.
maybe these are all Chinese Communist Party police stations that they're covertly building.
It just seems something strange about it. Something strange about it.
I don't know. I mean, we recently had knife attack at a local barber's, and it wasn't a robbery. They keep reporting it as a robbery. No, it was gang related.
Gang related,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let me see if, because I don't think Smokesteve's coming back. So let me see if I got something else on my list.
Oh, let's go for it.
We did the test. We did the spring. Oh, the biggest time you fucked up in your life. Like you said something. Yes, you said something like it was something that came up on Discord, but like you'll let something. Oh, I know what it was. It was that video I shared of the guy that was sitting on the front porch that told the brother, "I can't believe you're late to your own birthday party," and it was a surprise birthday party.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
The one that I said fake.
and it was totally fake.
Oh yeah, you found out?
Well, I looked at his other videos, and they were all the same guy doing the
Okay.
same like.
Are
Prank
we
type
talking
stuff.
about being youth or adults, though?
It doesn't matter. Like,
Oh, yeah, it does.
Do you know what? I thought it was fake. Everybody else was believable except the drunk guy.
Yes.
well, that was true. That was true. I'll give you my example of I was working at a pool hall, and this girl, there was like people that were regulars, and from all ages, from young kids that would just come in there and that was their deal to hang out at the pool hall on a Friday night, to adults that, their social life was hanging out at the pool hall. And that was the example of what I'm going to refer to. And it was a husband and wife team, and the wife came in and she was all dialed up, and she said she got pictures made or whatever. And it was like 2 days later, she was in there with her husband, and I worked the counter, when they would come up to the counter, and I was like, "Oh man, I saw your wife 2 days ago. She looked so good when she got those pictures made the other day." Well, it turns out it was surprise pictures she was getting made for him for their anniversary. So he was like, "What? What are you
That's not
talking
your
about?"
fault.
It wasn't my fault, but it was a big fuck up. You guys got any fuck ups like that?
I mean, one of them was huge, and I can't really discuss it.
You're leery to discuss it.
Right.
Killed the wrong target.
I understand.
I mean, I'm thinking of things that still bother me many, many, many years after I did them.
Right.
One of them I can't really talk about.
Same with me.
But I will say this: it made it into a book.
Wow. Wow. Like a book that only 10 people read, or a book that thousands
Probably
of
a lot
people
more
read?
than that.
Oh, wow.
So that's pretty bad, right?
That's pretty bad.
And I am ashamed of it. It was a fuck up.
Were thousands of houses flooded or damaged in any way?
No. It was bad behavior on my part. But the other thing that I still have nightmares about is when I was a junior in high school. I had worked damn hard, and I was the first chair violinist for the intermediate orchestra. I wasn't in advanced orchestra yet. And we had a concert, and I was trying to be a responsible first chair and help everybody else. And one girl was having trouble with her violin, and I was trying to fix it and trying to help her. And without me realizing it, everybody else went on stage. And I looked up and nobody was there, and I rushed in, and the orchestra conductor was gritting his teeth, saying, "God damn it, why are you?" Trying to smile because the audience is there, and I go in there, and everybody starts clapping like it was intentional because I'm the first chair, Oh my God! And I still have nightmares about that.
Topple's talking to his son. I'll tell you another one that happened that I blocked out for years, and I probably shouldn't admit
That's my
this.
biggest mistake right there.
Your son.
I'm joking. Good night. Love you.
It's Father's Day, Topple.
Not
You're not
yet.
gonna. He's gonna keep his presents hidden under the bed tomorrow.
Oh, you don't got nothing for me.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Me and my brother, we went. My father, which is still there to this day, even though my dad's been dead 12 years, I think now. My father, half of our basement was a HO train layout with mountains and paper mache mountains and stuff like that, And this was, yeah, he probably was still alive, yeah. But anyway, we had, for some reason, my brother was home for Christmas or something, and we went downstairs and some baby mice had fallen onto the train set, and it was a long enough drop where the one had not died, but it was screaming, but it was messed up from falling
Right.
6 feet or whatever. And we're like, what are we going to do to put it out of its misery? And I had the worst idea in the world to put it in a paper bag and burn the paper bag. And I had, yeah.
Oh my God! You ain't going to heaven without that one being discussed by St. Peter.
It screamed, and as soon as it happened, it was too late, and me and my brother are standing there, and I was like, "Yeah, I should have done something like that." And I blocked it out for years, and my brother brought it back up, and I totally was like, "What are you talking about?" And it took him explaining the whole situation for it to even come back to me, because I had completely blocked it out of my memory.
Well, that shows you how traumatic it was.
Mm-hmm.
Thank your brother for
I was old.
that.
I was old enough to know better. I was probably close to 20 years old, maybe a teenager, late teenager when it happened.
Yeah.
I got too many, but they're all mostly my.
I bet your brother is careful about not, breaking his leg around you. Don't get the gas can. Hey, Lip, I'll be okay. You don't have to put me in a bag and burn me.
We speaking of burning them, when we were like, I was probably like 8, 9, and he was probably like 13 or something. And when we were kids, getting fireworks was like, that was like because we watched ourselves. My mom would work and my dad would work, and my brother was 13. He was old enough to, where I stayed home and was under his care. But we got, we would mow grasses or pick strawberries or do whatever to make enough money to go buy fireworks. And we had a paper bag, each of us, of the fireworks we bought. And bottle rockets was the thing that we spent all our money on, because you could do so many cool, make planes, and,
right.
you do all kinds of things with them. And he shot me with a bottle rocket, and I was like, I'll show you. And I took a whole, the small pack, a dozen, lit it, and I shoved it down in his bag that was leaning up against our house, and it caught fire. And just, there was a point where we were like, we're so screwed because it's going to catch the house on fire, but luckily it didn't.
I got this picture in my mind of an atomic bomb detonating in the big mushroom cloud. The neighbors saying, Aphid, look, got fireworks.
I'm sure it wasn't this bad, but it seemed like at one point you couldn't see the house because of the smoke that was coming out of the bag.
4th of July was a scary time in the city for me. I mean, it was always hell dodging fireworks.
Right.
One time I'm riding my bicycle down the alley, and just an explosion rocks my whole world. Some kid had thrown an M80 down from his 3rd floor balcony, the stairway, and it just blew up next to my head, basically. He's up there laughing, and I felt like, it's not really. That is not funny.
Did you bleed, or were you burned or anything?
Nope. It wasn't that close. It was like just outside of the damage range, but still, I practically jumped out of my skin.
Knocked out your eardrum?
No, it didn't do that.
We hung out every day. We hung out at this skate shop that all my friends worked at, and another friend of ours his parents own the Chinese restaurant next door to it, and he shot me in the head with a whistler, and those whistlers have that plastic like cap on them, and they got a lot more force to them than a regular bottle rocket does, and it just exploded my head. It was the littlest hole, but when you get hurt in the head, it just bleeds like crazy. And we went into that Chinese restaurant, and he got me a bunch of rags, and all the Chinese people that were working there, were just like, no, he can't be in here,
Right, this health
Rags.
department doesn't like that.
rags covered in blood. They wanted us out of there.
As an adult, I don't think I made enough mistakes to be embarrassed or feel regret too. As an adult.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, man, I could talk all night.
Well, adult. I made too many, so.
Oh, okay. I see. Which you don't want to admit to the ones that.
Well, no, there's nothing that troubles me after the age of 22. There's nothing that you regret, but I mean something that doesn't bother me so much. I'm just maybe just a asshole. That's probably why. So.
Yeah, after 22, I guess I can't. Well, yeah, I mean, I got away with it, so I don't regret it.
Mine would be just on things I did that harm other people when I was younger. That's regret. That's regret.
Yeah, I got some driving because I always had fast cars growing up, and I really put other people's lives in danger with my stupidity when I was younger driving my car.
Didn't hurt anybody, right?
No, I never did. Luckily, but it was just because I was lucky. I mean, it wasn't because I made right decisions. It was because somebody else could have been in the same situation and they had bad luck where I had good luck.
No, I've done the same thing. When I was in college, I got so drunk one time, and I wasn't. It was an away place, and I walked home, and I mean I crossed busy streets, and there's no way that the only reason I wasn't run over is because other cars were careful. There's just no way I was barely able to walk.
Right. I thought you were going to say you drove.
Yeah, wheel. So
I don't think I've ever drove drunk when I shouldn't have driven.
I've driven buzzed, which is a
yeah,
mistake,
I've driven buzzed,
but I've never driven when I would say I was drunk.
Right.
I've always had a one beer policy.
Yeah.
But you get pulled over for you're buzzed. You might be at 0.08 or something. You're still going to get in trouble.
Yep.
It's just that I know people who are always at 0.08 is what they start at. That's their base level.
Well, that's like what 1.5 beers in an hour or something like that.
I don't know what it differs depending on your weight, so on what foods you had. But
well, I don't think Smokesteve's coming back.
No, she said he's not.
Oh,
Yeah.
she said he's not.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom and probably not come back myself.
All right, we could end it now.
It's up to the other two gentlemen.
Oh, I gotta get to bed soon. I gotta make pancakes when I wake up. So.
Well, it was great talking to you guys as always.
Likewise.
It's always a treat having you on, Mr. Kill C1.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I wish you would come on more, Mr. Kelsey.
I agree,
I really,
100%.
I enjoy your
come
company.
on more. I do.
I enjoy your company more than you would imagine.
No, I enjoy Zero.
No gay.
I'm not being gay. I just like Mr. Kelsey. I've known him for a long time.
I like him too. I agree.
Kind of looks like a priest, so I could understand.
Or a monk.
Well, to you fathers, happy Father's Day. Until next week.
All right, guys.
All right, you guys take care. I'll see you on Discord.
All right, see ya.
All right, see you later. And
Have a good night, guys.
Take it
It's
easy.
been a pleasure.
And I'm going to boot Based. Based, great having you on.
I really enjoyed his snoring. It's been really fun. It's kind of like listening to my own dogs.
Yeah.
Have a good night, guys.
All right, take it
Uh,
easy.
Have a good night, Last Dance.
Yep. Good night. And everybody in the chat, cup of tea, Smoke Wife, if you're still there. Thank you very much for contributing in the chat. Always love your comments. And have a great weekend. Bye bye.